I'm working on this desert environment here, and it's time to add vegetation to it. So today I'm going to be making some bunch grass. And the first step of that is actually going to be to go into GIMP and create the texture. Now, normally you create the texture after you've made the bottle and unwrapped it. But as you'll see, the process for creating this grass is just a little bit different. We're going to basically just be using a gradient texture with a little bit of variation added into it. So let's hop on over to GIMP and to get that process started. Okay, I'm here in GIMP with my reference photo open that I'm using just to grab the colors. So you use the eyedropper tool here and you can pick one of these colors and look it up. And I've copied the hex value here for the colors I want to use. So I've already used this reference for what it needs to be used for. So now I'm going to create a new image that will be our texture, new image. And I want it to be 128 by 1024. 1024 is a meter in my texel density. So the blades of grass are going to be roughly a meter. And I want each texture to be about 64 pixels wide, but we're going to have a living grass blade and a dead grass blade together on the same sort of texture atlas. And so what we're going to do first is set up the project. Here, I want to create a couple of layers. We're going to call the first one diffuse, the second one roughness. And then we're going to go ahead and put in some blank things to use. Oh, no, that ain't what I wanted to do. One living grass. This is living diffuse. We're just going to go ahead and duplicate this. So this becomes dead diffuse. Then we can duplicate it and bring it down here. Call it dead R. Duplicate it again. Keep that. Nope. Hold on. Living R and dead R. I just want to keep them the same in the same order here, dead and living. So, okay, now I need to create one more layer. I need a new layer. Background color is fine. And we're going to move this to the top and we're going to rename this to variation. In fact, let's go ahead and no, we're going to leave it like that for now. Okay, so now we've got the project structure set up. It's time to create some custom gradients. So I'm going to go to gradient. I'm going to make sure it's set to custom. And I'm going to draw first on the dead diffused. So I'm going to draw my gradient down. And we want to select this top one. 64 is exactly halfway and 0 is exactly at the top. Change this 64 and 1024 so it's in the middle bottom. So now I'm going to take my bottom color that I have previously picked and I'm going to put it here. And you can go ahead and pause the screen if you want to look at that. And let's make these disappear so we can see what we're doing. Not that. Okay. Now we're going to come to the top and get the top color. Okay. And I want to actually remove this one because that's in this one. Those were from a previous example. So that's our dead color. That's fine the way it is. Come here, then we'll hide this and we'll switch to the living one and we're going to do the living one. We're going to start with that exact same setup. We still want the top and bottom. We just want some green in there because there's obviously green in the living grass blade. So we're going to set these to where they need to be. Now I'm going to add some points in there. To do that, you just click on this and you can set your position. I want to be about 20. And I'm going to take the top green color, put that there. Then I'm going to add another point, put this one at about 80, and use the bottom green color. Now, I did mention texel density, and that's somewhat kind of important, but with this is a basically, if you scale it vertically, it's going to look the same. So we can stretch our texture vertically. We could have, say, for example, a 1.5 meter blade of grass, and that's not going to hurt anything. Or we could also play with how much of it we want to be, this dead color or this root color. We can adjust the vertices so that it looks the way we want it to look, and we don't have to worry too much about the texel density, just partly because it's going to basically be the same because it's just a gradient, and partly because it's going to be, the player's not going to get right up on the blade of grass. So you generally want to stick with the texel density that you've chosen, but there's sometimes when you can get away with being a little less strict about that. So now we've got our base diffuse colors done. We're going to move down to roughness. And we're basically going to keep those same values in terms of where the points are in the gradient. But obviously we want different colors. So this is the dead one. Well, let's do the living one first, since we've already got the 4 points set up. So we're going to do the living one. And let me hide this so I can see what I'm doing. I'm going to pull this down. And again, we want to set these in the center, top, center, bottom. Okay, now we're going to change our colors. And I previously researched the colors that I want them to be. The bottom one here, let's make it white, and then a value of 70, so 0.7 roughness here. And then here, I want a roughness of, nope, wrong thing. Here, 80. Then here, I'm going to go to about 85. Okay, and finally the top will be 90. Okay, so that sets up our basic living roughness. We'll bring the dead one back. And, oh, wait, hold on. Did I finalize that? Let me finalize that. There we go. Now we'll bring the dead one back. And we will come back here. Bring this down. Put these where they're supposed to be. I'm going to come here and remove that one. Remove that one. And that is done. So now we've got the basic colors we want for everything. We want to add in some variation just so it's not perfectly. Let's look at this one because it looks more interesting. We want to add in some variation. Basically, we want vertical striations, and we don't want them to differ too much because if we start adding in too much detail, then when we stretch it vertically, we'll start to see some pixelation. So we want to make sure they're basically just straight lines going down. They don't have to be exactly straight, but we want to minimize how much will be distorted. So what we're going to do to create this is we're going to go to a noise filter, and we're going to use an RGB noise. We're going to turn off independent RBG, which will make it black and white. We're going to turn the value all the way up I like to turn off to Gaussian. You know what? Maybe let's leave it on. When you turn it off, it gets a little more like uniform in the color, but I think we're gonna blur it so much it's not gonna matter. So what we're gonna do here, that is done. Now we're gonna come here to the blur tool, filters. Why are you not selecting filters? Blur, we're gonna go to a linear motion blur, and we're gonna set this to 90 degrees, which will be straight up and down, and we're gonna blur it a lot. And you'll see a little bit of the alpha channel comes in here. It's kind of blurring into the alpha and making it a little bit transparent, but that's fine. Um, let's go even higher. Let's go to no, wait, I changed the wrong thing. Let's change this to about 100, not 10, 100. There we go. I like that. That's good. Okay, and we're going to go ahead and duplicate this so we can have one for the roughness and one for the diffuse. It'll just allow me to change the blending a little bit, just a little bit. Diffuse. Okay, and I'm going to go ahead and save the project now just because we want to have it saved. I have a previous version, so I'm just going to save over that. Okay, so now for this, we want to multiply. We're actually going to multiply both of them. Come here, let's hide. Nope, I had the wrong thing. Hide this. Come here and multiply this. The only difference is for the roughness, we're going to set this opacity down to like 20. We want it to be barely visible to the naked eye because it's going to be somewhat significant value to the computer. We don't want to vary the roughness. We don't want it to be huge. If we could see the striations in the roughness, then it's going to look, it's going to be changing too much. So now we have got our basic setup done. What I want to do now is come and pull this back so we can see it. What we want to do is take our selector and we're going to just cut out half of this, half of the dead one. We'll move it to 64. I'll change it later. Let's see. Come here. Move this up. I'm going to zoom in a little bit so I can get a little more precision in my movements. 64. Wait, that doesn't look right. That's not halfway. Hold on a minute. What went wrong? Let's just do it this way. 64. For some reason, it didn't. When I set it to 64, it didn't look like it was halfway through. 64. There we go. Pull it all the way down. Okay, go all the way back up to the top here and pull this up all the way. And we're just going to go ahead and say edit, cut. Pull this back. Multiply is not going. What is happening here? That goes there. Oh, there's no alpha channel on this. Let me add an alpha channel to this layer. Layer transparency, add alpha channel. That helps if it's invisible. Now let's bring it back. There we go. Now we've got the two the way we want them to be. Then we're going to come here, mark this invisible, and let's do the same thing here. We're going to say layer transparency, add alpha channel, edit, cut. Zoom out and make sure that worked. Yeah, the roughness is a little more subtle. It's harder to tell that it worked when you zoomed in, but that did work. So now we have living on one side and dead on the other. So I'm going to go ahead and save this. And now I can just go in and export make this visible, and I can export this. Export as. I gotta go to here, 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 here. And I have already done this once, but I'm gonna overwrite these. So this is before I had separate ones for the living and dead, but I decided it's a little bit better to go ahead and merge them. So I'm going to go ahead and save this as I do have the diffuse, right? Yes. Okay. Bunchgrass D. Going to export that. Okay. Export. I'm going to bring the roughness in, and I'm going to change the mode, image mode, linear light. And we're going to go ahead and export this as Bunchgrass R. Okay, GIMP crashed for some reason. So I have reopened it and properly saved my roughness map. And now we can move on into Blender and start modeling the grass. Okay, I'm here in a fresh Blender project, ready to start working on this bunch grass. First thing I'm going to do is go to the scene tab, change meters to centimeters as our units for length. Then we can delete the default cube. We're going to add in a plane, and we want the bottom of this plane to be at the origin, and we want it to be standing straight up. So I'm going to rotate it 90 degrees on the x-axis and move it up 100 centimeters along the z-axis. So that puts the base right there at the origin. I'm going to go ahead and tab into edit mode, select this bottom edge, and I'm going to hit Shift S, cursor to selected, tab back into object mode, object, set origin, origin to 3D cursor. Now I'm going to hit N to bring up the number panel, and I'm going to adjust the sizes. I have my sizes that I want to make it written down here. I want to make two species of bunchgrass. This one is short and fat, and this one is tall and skinny. We'll start with this one. So I'm looking for blade lengths of 70 to 20 and 10 centimeter increments, and a blade width of about 135. I want to change that up a little bit, and we'll talk about blade depth a little bit later. So the first thing to do here is to, first of all, let me apply the rotation. So we have the right values here. We want this to be, the height is 70. And then the width is 1.3, let's just say 1.32. We're going for somewhere around 1.35. I want each blade to be slightly different. In fact, you know what, since this one's so long, let's make this one bigger rather than shorter. Okay, so now we've got basically the start of a blade of grass. And to avoid having to do that whole thing with the plane again, I'm just going to hit Shift D to duplicate this and then move this out of the way. Let's move it further out of the way. There we go. I don't know why that went to there. Okay. So now, let me go back to the first one. What I want to do first is to paint the vertex colors for the wind, because we want a nice smooth gradient, and that's easier to do with vertex colors when you've only got a few number of vertices. So what we want to do is, first of all, go into object paint. Well, did I apply the scale? I always forget to do that. I always forget to do that. Okay, so now we're going to go into vertex paint mode, and we're going to set it to mix and black. It's already black. So just paint that black. The whole thing is black. Now we're going to set the red to 1, and we're just going to hit the top there. So now we've got that nice little gradient going on. Okay, now I want to go ahead and do the same thing for this second blade. Let me get into object mode. Select this one, make this one 60, and we can make this one 135. And then object apply scale. Okay, now I'm going to paint this. Come back to black. Paint it. Now, the thing is, because this is the wind, we want the tall one to blow more than the shorter one. So instead of setting the red value to 1, we're going to take 60, which is the height of this one, and divide it by 70, which is the height of our tallest one. And that's going to give us 0.857. And then we can just swipe that across. And now that's going to be the right value. And actually, I realized well, I didn't mess up too bad. I just wanted to duplicate this one again. Always want to have an extra ready so we can, we can make the next one with it. And I'll have to overwrite that red value for the color, but that's not the end of the world. In fact, let's just go ahead and do that now to show you how this might look. Tab. Vertex mode. So this one is 50 divided by 70. Since it still makes, we can just swipe there and that overwrites it. And I also forgot to duplicate it again. You get the point. Um, we can just duplicate it as long as we haven't done anything else, it's easy to fix that red value. So I'm just gonna finish this one here. And then, maybe we'll do one more. I'm not gonna make you watch me do all 12 of them, but we'll do a couple so you understand the process. So the next step into making this look like an actual blade is to come to the loop cut and, did I not select the right one? I want this one. Okay. We're gonna loop cut. We're gonna cut it about 5 times, and then I'm gonna add an extra loop at the top and the bottom. And now we want also one in the middle. Now, as some of these blades start getting shorter, those extra loops start to get a little tight. So for the final 3 of the short fat ones, I'm not going to put those extra 2 loops that I put in there. I'm just going to leave it as it is, but that'll be off screen. So I'm just telling you that I'm doing it, that I will do it. So you'll know when it's time for you to follow along. So now what we want to do is go to the vertex. Nope, that ain't what I wanted to do. Go to vertex. We're going to go ahead and hit M to merge and then click at center. Then down here, we want to hit S to scale, X to limit it to the X axis, and then 0.75. So now we have to take these other ones and make them look a little bit more blade-like. So I'm going to zoom in on these. You hit the period key, that zooms in. Now I'm going to manually scale these down. You could use proportional editing, but I just kind of like to eyeball it myself. That looks about right. And then this one needs to come in a little bit too. Okay, and then here at the bottom, we're not going to have that to do the second one because it's very minimal change anyhow. So we just want a sort of a very minimal change on this one, just something to tie in that change there. Okay. So that is done, and I'm going to go ahead and do this one on camera, and then I'll unwrap them, and then we'll finish the rest off camera. So here. Okay. So that's done. I forgot about the depth. We need to do the depth. I'm thinking I can do both at the same time. So we want to select this, set it to edge select mode. Select this middle part here, this middle part here. Select loops, edge loops. And then what I want to do is hit G to move. We're going to move along the axis, and 0.3 is the blade depth through this. So what that does is just give it a nice little little V shape. 0.3 actually looks like it might be a little steep, but I think it'll be fine once we get the smooth shading in. So that part's done. We want to vertex paint the green channel. For many of my shaders, for anything that touches the ground, because it's a desert scene with sand and dirt and not a lot of vegetation holding those things together. Sand and dirt get blown up on everything, so the bottom of everything gets a little bit of a dirt layer. And I use the green channel of the vertex colors to set that. So we want to set this to 1. And I want to zoom in here. And all I want to do, probably need to make this a little bit smaller. I just want to hit the bottom. And so just that bottom bit's going to have it. And then we'll do same thing for this one. Nope, not white paint. Vertex paint. And you know what? I did mess up. Hold on. Let's undo that. We want to change this to add. That's very important. I messed up there. We want this to be add because otherwise we're going to overwrite the red channel, and it's probably not that big of a deal. It's probably pretty close to 0 here, just like it is here. But you want to do things the right way rather than the wrong way. So we got that in there. And let me come back to object mode, select this one, vertex paint mode, and do the same thing here. So yeah, don't forget to change it to add like I did. Okay, now we are ready to unwrap it. I'm going to go into my other window real quick and bring up the image I just made in GIMP. So what we got to do now is drag and drop the image in here, and it is now available. And I'm going to zoom in on these here. I'm going to unwrap the tall one first. And what we're going to do is come here to material. We're going to add a material. Add a new material, call it grass. We want to set an image texture, and we've already got the image loaded there. And for some reason, Blender doesn't default the UV editor to textured, which seems like it should do. Okay, so now you can see that. So what we're going to do is pretty easy. Just select all of them, say unwrap conformal. And now we want to get the texel density right for the width. Remember, I said it's not super important on the height because it looks the same. You stretch that looks stretched as it is. So stretching the vertical, because of the way our texture is, that's not going to be bad, but we want it right horizontally. So I have a plugin called Texel Density Checker. It's an add-on. You can find it in the add-on section. So all we need to do is set the size of our texture to custom because we have one that's 128 by 124. Then we're going to set the texel density to 10 point. Oh, let me select the item here. Select all of this and just hit 1024, and that sets the texel density to where I want it for this project. So now we can hit scale Y and just scale it up so it takes the whole amount. I'm going to have to zoom in a little bit to get me a little bit more precision here. It's already centered, so if I get the top one right, the bottom one is automatically right. So that is close enough. Let me just double check that the bottom is right. Yeah. Well, yeah, that looks fine. Okay. And so that part is easy peasy. And one thing I want to do is come here. I just want to hit Shift S, cursor to selected, just in case I get one of these other ones off center. See, I'll demonstrate what I mean with this one. Let me add the grass texture to this. Then we tab into here and unwrap conformal. Now it is centered here. Set the texel density. It is centered, but let's say we got it off centered somehow. Let's say it was like this for whatever reason. Now what we can do is we know this is the middle point, and we can just align it with this. And that way, when we scale along the y-axis, it's always going to reach right to the where it needs to be on both sides. Because if it gets off centered, it doesn't work nicely, and you got to scale it up, and then you realize it's hanging off one edge, so you got to move it down and then scale it. And that's just a nice way to make sure that everything is always where you need it to be. Now, we could play around because, like I said, we've got a lot of leeway with the vertical stretching. We could adjust how much of the top is dead or how much of the bottom is root, but I think it looks fine the way it is. So I'm just going to leave it at that, the default for what it is. And so now the rest of the process is just to go in and finish the rest of them according to the sizes here on the sheet. And remember, these three here, I did not add the extra cuts to. So I'm gonna stop the recording and finish all these. You don't have to watch me do all 12 of those. And I'll come back when they're done, and you can go ahead and pause it here if you want to see these dimensions here as you work. Okay, so here we are with the finished blades. Want to go over a few things real quick. I'm going to come up here and set this to attribute so you can see the colors. You can see the dirt paint is a little bit higher on the tall ones, a little bit shorter here. And it comes up here because these two don't have the extra loop cuts. These three, I mean. That's fine. That unevenness is just going to make it look more realistic. And whatever patterns or inconsistencies are here, they're not going to be visible to the user because it's not going to be as stark. The color is not going to be, this is very obvious because you got green going to black, whereas the dirt's going to fade in and also everything's going to be jumbled up. So that is not something that's going to be a problem. We can also come over here to the textured view and you can see exactly what I was talking about. This one here is 70 centimeters and this one's 10. So this one is stretched 7 times more than this one, but you can't really tell. It doesn't look like it's super stretched, even when you zoom in on it, because that's the nature of our texture. So that's very convenient for us. Now, if we were to stretch it horizontally, it might start to be obvious because the lines would get thicker, but vertically, we're fine. And so I have also created a collection and put them in here. To do that, you just come up here and you hit new collection and it'll create one for you. I'm gonna delete that. So I got the tall one and the short one. Obviously, the tall one is the tall one and the short one. And I've named them all. So the naming convention I've used, we've got tall, which is obvious. L means living. We're also going to have dead ones, which will be D, and we're going to have healthy, which will be H. Those won't have any death at all on the top. We'll adjust the UVs to get rid of that. And then the number is the height, as you may have guessed. And base, this means this is just a base. We're going to end up duplicating these. These alone, the base ones won't actually end up in the final product, but they are going to be used to duplicate and modify. And speaking of modifiers, the next step is to add some modifiers because we want to add a simple deform that's going to allow us to bend and twist our blade. And before I do that, I need to add in an empty, which we're going to use to control one of those modifiers. That is ginormous. Let's make it a little bit smaller than that. That's fine. Well, maybe, I don't know, smaller. It's kind of big. Okay. So what we want to do is just go one by one, and we're going to add the same couple of modifiers. And doing it here, even though we're not going to use it on the base mesh, means when we duplicate it, they're going to be there. And I'm not going to have to add these in over and over again. So we want a simple modifier bend. So that bends it like that. What we want to do is we're going to set this to the empty. And that's not what the final result's going to be. We're going to set well, actually, I can show you how we're going to use the empty now. Why not? We want it to be a third of the way up. So this one is 70 divided by 3. Wait, did I move the wrong thing? I did move the wrong thing. Hold on. Sorry. Empty. Empty. Oh, I'm hitting the rotation. Yep, that'll that'll definitely do the wrong thing. There we go. And now what this is gonna allow us to do when we go back to our modifier, we're gonna set the restrictions, and we're gonna set this to 0.33. So now only the top 2/3 of our blade is going to bend. So that's what the empty is gonna do. And we're only gonna have one empty because we're gonna be applying the bend every time we duplicate it. So we're gonna set this to 0 for now because we don't want that to have any bend. And then we're gonna add another simple deform, and we're gonna leave it at twist, but that is not right. We're gonna change the. Hold on, let me put this back to 45 so I can make sure I'm modifying the right one. Which axis do we want to modify? Well, we also don't want it to be anywhere near that. For the twist, I'm going to set it to the height times 2 divided by 10. So 7 times 2 is 170 times 2 is 140 divided by 10 is 14. So let's see which one is the one that we really want. Definitely not that one. I think the y-axis probably looks the best. I'm not sure it's a huge difference between y and x, other than the direction they go. I think I'm gonna stick with Z. Z is a little more subtle. Okay, so this is the setup that we're gonna have, and I'm gonna put this back to 0. So now we basically just come over here and we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna add the simple deform. This is the empty. This is 0. Then another one, deform, simple deform. This is 6, so this one becomes 12 and Z. And then we're just going to repeat this for all 12 of them. And I'm going to go ahead and do that off screen too, because that's going to be tedious and you don't need to watch me do all that. So I will be back shortly. Okay, I have got all the modifiers in place. I did forget to set the limits on this one before I stopped recording, so I went back and fixed that. So what we're going to do, we're going to start with the tallest one. I'm going to hit Shift D to duplicate it and pull it into the origin. I'm going to start with the steepest curve. We want to do a negative curve because you'll see we want the V to be inside the curve like that. And you can see immediately we're going to have to add some extra edge loops. And that's why I started with the steepest curve, because it makes it more obvious where they're needed. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to tab into edit mode. Nope, not caps lock into edit mode. Let's tab into edit mode. And just all the ones above the empty, I'm going to add a loop cut. Just one there, one there, one there. And that one's already got, I'm going to put one there anyhow. And let's go ahead and tab back in. And now that looks much better. So what we're going to do is we're going to rename this to C4 for the fourth curve. It's going to be 4 curves, and this is the steepest of them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to Shift D to duplicate it, and I'm going to apply these modifiers. The reason I'm doing that is because we're going to move the empty, and they rely on the position of the empty. So as we do additional blades, we want to keep the way we had it. And I duplicated it because now it's easy to just come in here and change this to the next amount, which is -90, and then go ahead and hit Shift D, apply the modifiers. Actually, I'm gonna switch this to -14. I want to alternate between negative and positive. And then I will apply the modifier. And then, so this one is, let's see here. I think I moved the wrong one. No, I did not. this becomes C3, right? Oh, I didn't move this one over. Let's just move this one over. No, that's the one that's got them applied. Hold on. I'm confusing myself. This is the one. Okay. So this needs to go over. I don't know how I managed to get that out of sorts. We'll just go ahead and name this one C2 since we're going to be needing that eventually. Okay. Make sure these are both applied. They are. Okay, so now this one is going to be negative 45. And we're going to keep this positive because it was positive, negative, positive. So I'm going to hit Shift D, apply both of these. And now it's improperly named again. So we're going to name this one C1. I'm going to do better on the next blade. This one C2. And we'll move this one over. And for this one, we don't have to duplicate this one. We're just going to set that to negative 10 and apply. Make this negative and apply, and then move that over. Okay. Now for the next blade here, this is mostly the same process. We just have to remember that we have to change the position of the empty. So it is at 20 because our height is 60. And if you divide that by 3, obviously you get 20. So then we want to basically do the same thing with the curve. We want to come here. Want to set this to negative 135. And this one could also benefit from some loop cuts. So we're going to come in here and add the loop cuts above the empty there. And I'm going to start this one at negative 12. The first one was positive 12 for its first bend. So we'll go negative 12 for this one. Then we want to hit Shift D. Let's see if I can get it right this time. We want this one. This is the one we're going to apply the things to. Apply that. We're going to apply that. And this is the one I'm going to rename to C4. Okay. And we'll move it over. I'll take this one. We'll set this to negative 90. Set this to positive 12. Duplicate it. Apply them. And this one gets named C3. And moved over here. Okay. Then we'll say negative 45. Flip the sign here. No, actually, we want to keep the sign, don't we? Do we? Yeah, we want to flip it. Okay. And duplicate this. Apply. Apply. C2. And since this is the final one, it does not need to be duplicated. We can just flip our sign, apply, apply, and rename to C1. Then move it over. Oh. And grab this one, Shift D. And this process is just going to repeat. I'm not going to make you watch all of it. Let's just see whether this one also needs the loop cuts. Oh, I forgot to move the empty. Don't forget to move the empty. How tall is this? This is a 51. Okay. 50 divided by 3. There we go. And yeah, this one could probably benefit for some loop cuts too. We're starting to get where we might not need them. But I'm just going to go ahead and finish all of these, and you can use your own judgment as to whether you want to add loop cuts to them. I think maybe the next one will need it as well, but eventually I think they're not really going to be needed because the player's not going to be like right up here. The player's going to be kind of here-ish probably. So I'm going to go ahead and finish these and come back, and then we'll talk about the next steps. After a bit of tedium, I got all of the bends in place. You can see here. I ended up adding the loop cuts for all except for the ones that are under 20 centimeters. So really only the last two, I think, of the short fat ones, I think didn't get it. So now what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate all of these. First, I'm going to move these up. I'm going to hit G, Z 100 to move them up. Let me zoom out so I can see them. We're going to hit Shift D to duplicate, then G, Z negative 100. So our duplicated ones are the ones down here sitting on the Z origin. And all we're going to do now is make these the fully living ones, the healthy. Oops, I didn't mean to unselect them. We're going to go to UV editing. These are going to be the ones that I don't have any dead parts on them. So we're going to tab into edit mode, select everything. Now, what we could do, we want to pull down the top so that the dead part isn't there anymore. If you remember from the texture creation, the dead part is the top 20%. So we could select all of them. Well, we have to select all of them. We could select all of them, scale them down to 0.8 in the y-axis, and then pull it down to the bottom, and that would be good. Except it would make the white part higher, and I don't want to do that. So instead, I'm going to select just sort of, let's say, to here. And then we're going to scale this. So let's say we're going to hit SY 0.75. That might be good. And then I'm going to hit GY and pull them down solidly into the green, which is about right here. Let me make sure that that did what we wanted it to. Yep, they're all nice and green at the top. And that is basically the end of that process. I do have a lot more tedium coming up that I'm not going to make you watch because we have to come in here and rename all of these that we've duplicated. There's 48 of them. We're going to just change the L to an H for healthy instead of, and I accidentally hit a slash while I hit the enter key. So we're going to fix that. And so we're just going to do these. And there's a ton of these. Like I said, I'm not going to make you watch me do all of these. But when I stop recording here and come back, this will be done. And then we can start on creating the dead blades of grass. There's going to be a couple of variants of those. Okay, we're ready to make the dead ones now. So I'm going to go back to the base blades that we created. I'm going to do the same thing that I did before. I'm going to move them up, duplicate them, then move the duplicates back down into place. We're going to go to the UV editor, and we're going to tab into edit mode. It did not tab into edit mode. Why is it not tabbing into edit mode? I can select one of them and tab into edit mode. No, okay. I, I don't know what that was about. So we went to select all of these, then move them over. And now one thing I realized, as soon as I saved this texture from GIMP, I realized that the roughness here, it's still starting from the living root. I should have bumped the roughness up down at the bottom, and I did not. So to compensate for that, I'm just going to hit scale Y 0.8 and then move this up. We couldn't do this with the other one because that would make the root show too high. This is gonna make the dead part show further down, but that's fine. Well, I mean, they're dead, so There's nothing wrong with the dead part being more dead. So we're just gonna come back here. And now what we want to do is we're only going to have a few of these. I do not want to make that many of these because not that many of them are going to be dead. There's only going to be a few blades that end up dead. So I just want to create two different curves, I think, for the dead one. We'll start with this one. And one thing I want to do is change the position of this. Instead of going before we went 70 divided by 3, I think it was, I'm going to do 70 divided by 5. And then we're going to adjust this such that this is 0.2 because that's 1 divided by 5. So now they're in the right places. And I'm going to set this to negative 55. And I don't like having this much taper on it. Let's cut that down. I think I like that. Well, maybe just kind of trying to look and see how it looks in the profile. Oh, something went wrong down here. It's not working correctly. Oh, that's because the empty isn't attached to it anymore. I don't know why that happened. Oh, I do know why that happened. When I copied and pasted these, I accidentally copied the empty and I deleted one. I deleted the wrong one. So we'll just have to reconnect each of them. That's fine. See, that 0.001 is the clue that I deleted the wrong one. So yeah, I think 50 is good for the first one. So we'll do the same thing we did before. Shift D to duplicate it. Then we'll find this and we'll rename this C1 and D for dead. And where did it go? Well, let me just move it out of the way. I don't need to hide it. I was going to find it and hide it. We don't got to do that. We can just move it over there. And I did forget to apply these. We want to apply these. Apply. Moved it over a little too far, didn't I? Well, about 150. 120? 130. There we go. Okay. So now this other one here, we want a different angle for this one. And let me see what I'm thinking here. Now, we're not going to add the extra loop cuts. I don't know if I said this before, because we want the dead ones to have sort of a jagged appearance to them. Let's try 100. Yeah, I like that. And what we're going to do additionally to this one is we're going to make it look like it's been broken. So we're going to apply these, apply that, apply that. I'm going to rename it C2, D. And this one, all of these ones that are bent more, they're got more, a little more wear and tear on them. So we're just going to simulate that by chopping off this top triangle. And so you just hit X and remove vertices, and now it's broken, which is what we want. That's what happens to dead grass blades. Some of them break. So that's basically that. I renamed it already, so let me just move it on over to 130 or wherever I put it. Okay, and now I'm not going to make you watch me do all of these. Just as you know, as usual, I will stop. But I want to do this one because this one's going to be interesting to see where it needs to be chopped off because it doesn't have as many loop cuts as the other ones. So this one is 10. 10 divided by 5 is 2. Come here, set this to 0.2. It doesn't matter if this is over here with the empty because of the axis we're dealing with. So it's not a big deal. We can leave it there. I keep hitting the wrong button. Okay, so what did I say the first one was? I forgot what the angle I used. 55, 50. It doesn't matter if it's the same angle or not. Um, so that is fine as a first dead one. We'll go ahead and hit D. And rename it. It's the short one. There it is. Okay. Move this one out of the way. Got this one. And what was the other angle I said? 100. We're going to tab into here. Not tab. Apply first. We're going to apply it. Yeah, we can rename this one before I forget to do that. What is? Oh, okay. I don't know why that confused me. So we're going to come here. And yeah, we can probably still get away with chopping off that top triangle, even though it didn't get an extra loop cut. Oh, maybe not. That does look a little excessive. Let's just top that one off. Yeah, that looks a little more like what I'm going after. So that's the process. Um, I'm gonna go ahead and finish this off camera because it does take a little bit of a while. And you can pause the video if you want to work along with it. When I come back, we'll be on chapter 3, where we will create the stalks with the seed pods. And of course, I'll show you the finished result of this before I get started with that. Okay, the dead grass blades are all finished. You see they look a little more jagged than the living ones do, which is what we wanted. We're gonna start making the stalks now. These blades are coming up from them is gonna be like a stiffer stalk with the seed pod on it, or a panicle, I believe they call it. So what we're gonna do here, I've got my here, I'll show you. Hit Shift S, then cursor to world origin, just to put that right there. And I'm going to add in a mesh. We're gonna make a cylinder, but it's only gonna be 3 vertices. And it's gonna be 0.25 centimeters in radius. It's gonna be very thin. We're gonna leave this at ingon. Typically, you want to avoid ingons, but in our case, the ingon's gonna be a triangle, so it's fine. And for the height, I'm going to make, for the short, fat ones, I want the stalk to be 1.6 times the highest blade. We're going to make 3 different size ones so that the first one has the tallest blade is 35. So we'll say 35 times 1.6. And that gives us whatever it gives us, 56. Okay. So we're going to come in here and I'm going to move it up 56 about 2. So that's going to put it right at the z-axis there. And so now we can make sure it's selected, and we can say object, set origin to 3D cursor. So now our stalk has its origin at the ground where we want it to have it. And we can come over here to the UV editor. It comes unwrapped already, so we can see what that looks like. These are the end caps. That's definitely not to any kind of proper scale, but that's fine. We're going to select both of these, and I'm going to apply the textile density that I select. Wait, why did that do anything? Select these. Apply the textile density. There we go. Okay. They're very narrow. Remember, it's going to get the texture density along the horizontal axis, and because this is very, very small, this is what we end up with. We're going to stretch it, obviously, except for these. We can just move these. These aren't really going to be seen. They can be anywhere. We'll put them up here. So we're going to move this over. And we're going to go ahead and scale it up along the y-axis by some crazy amount to get it where we want it. I don't want it to be in the dead part, so I'm going to stop short of that. In fact, let's just get this at the bottom, make sure that's not too far down. It is a little too far down. Let's move it up just a little bit. There we go. Now I'm going to zoom in. And actually, that looks like it's already starting about where we want it. Maybe a little bit lower. Let's go to the vertex selection. Pull it down just a little bit. And then I'm going to go ahead and just put these where that is, just so they're kind of, just put these there. It kind of follows along the roughness. And one of those is the bottom one, which nobody's ever going to see, so that's fine. And the other one is the top one, which should be somewhere around there. So we've got that done. We have to assign the material, which I have not done yet. So let's tab out of here. We're already in the material tab. I'm just going to add grass to it. So we have our color there. And so you see it's very small. It actually kind of disappears if we go too far away. But the seed head will be big enough that it remains visible, which is what's important. So for this, we're just going to duplicate this. Well, here, let me move it into position for that. I think that's the right spot. Yep. Okay, so we're going to have these top three ones are going to each be the maximum height. This one right here is going to be the smallest, the medium size, and the biggest for this species of bunchgrass. So we need to do three more. So I'm just going to duplicate this, and I'm going to move it over to where that one is. And the size of this grass is 30 centimeters. So we're going to say 30 times 1.6. And then we can, well, let's apply the scale to this object. Apply. I forget to do that all the time. So we'll duplicate this, move it over to this one, which is 25 centimeters. So we'll say 25 times 1.6. And we will apply the scale. And then we will duplicate it again. And we're going to move it over. I don't know where this one is. Let's move it over. Let's see where this is on the -4. Okay, so we're going to put it to -4. And now for this species, I want the stem or the stalk to be 2.2 times the tallest. These are going to be a little bit taller. So this one is 70. So we'll say 70 times 2.2. And actually, you know what? Maybe I don't want it to be that big. That's kind of ridiculous. I thought that's what I wanted, but now I'm second guessing myself. Let's try something else. I think I want it to be bigger than 1.6 because we do want there to be a difference between the two. Um, let's try 2. Maybe that's a little excessive too. Let's try 1.8. Okay, yeah, I'll go with that. 1.8. So we're gonna just apply the scale. Almost forgot again. Okay, we'll duplicate this, move it over to the next one. This one is 60 times 1.8, which is our new measurement I decided to go with. Apply the scale. And then duplicate it again, move it over. And this one is 50 times 1.8. There we go. Now, you may have noticed I did not do any vertex painting yet. And the reason for that is because I want to see how high the seed, we're going to put a seed pod on top of these. So let's say the seed pod comes down to here. We want this whole part to be the same vertex color. So the seed pod moves together, especially all of the little seeds that are going to be up here. We want it all to be the same. And so we can't really do the vertex painting until we know where that is. And oh, those are shadows on there. I was trying to figure out why there's vertical lines going through there, horizontal lines. So yeah, we want to wait until everything is done. It's going to mean we can't really reuse our work, but vertex painting and loop cuts are a very simple process, so it's not the end of the world that we can't do that. So now what we want to do is create they're going to be little chips, little diamond shaped chips that we're going to use to make the seed pod. So we're going to make one of those now, and then we'll go ahead and assemble them into an actual seed pod. I want to duplicate one of these and bring it to the center so we can build our seeds around it. But let's go ahead and hide everything else. That, that. The other ones can stay, that's fine. So the first thing we need to do, let me make sure, okay, is add in a cube, not a cube, a plane. It's going to be 0.35 centimeters in size. It's going to be very tiny. So we're going to zoom in on it. What we want to do is tab into edit mode, go to face select mode, select this face. That thing's kind of in the way. And we're going to hit X and we're going to say only faces because we're going to keep the vertices. And we're going to switch to vertex select mode, select 3 of them, hit F to draw a triangle there. Select these 3 and hit F to draw a triangle there. And let me move this out of the way. I know I just put it there, but it's to get in my way. So now we're going to select this one, and we're going to pull them up because we want to create a V, but this is going to be a very, very shallow V. So I'm going to hit G. Z is the up for where we're at. 0.5. We got a nice little shallow V there. This is not what a real seed looks like, but at the distances we're at, you'll see it's going to look great. So now we want to do some rotation of it. We want to rotate it 90 degrees on the x-axis so it's standing up the right way. Then, let's see, actually 90 around the z-axis because it's going to attach to the stalk on that side. And this needs to be 45. Nope, because that puts our 90 and 35. There we go. That's what I wanted. I want the fold going that way. So now what we've got to do is come here, tab into edit mode. We're going to select this one. Actually, no, that's not what we're going to do. Let's go ahead and go to the UV editor first. I'm going to change the origin differently than I had planned on. So let's just get this selected. Is it there? Is that it? Okay, that I thought it would have UV'd better than it did. We'll just unwrap it. That's going to be ginormous. It's also not even remotely the right proportions. Okay, we'll fix it ourselves. Just select these. G, Y, just bring it on down until it looks something like a square. It's going to be so small, it does not really matter one way or the other. Because where did it go? There it is. It's very tiny. So the texture, it's basically only going to come through as a color. And I want somewhere around this color and also this roughness. I think this would probably be a lot less rough, which the bottom is a lot less rough. So we're going to somewhere around there. Let's go ahead and assign the grass material to it. And so now what I want to do is come back into modeling mode, and I'm going to stay in edit mode because if I move this in edit mode, our origin stays the same. So I need to bring back my cylinder, actually come out of edit mode, bring this back, switch back to this, tab into edit mode. Now I'm going to select everything and I'm going to move it over along the y-axis until it's touching this. Okay, it's actually not quite touching it, but it's close enough. So now I want to duplicate this because we're going to make two different, we got two different species and they have two different types of panicles. So I'm just going to move that out of the way. And I just realized I made a mistake. That's fine. It's not a big deal. Let's move this one. And that top one's still fine, but this one's not. I need to move it back over here. And then we need to rotate it. I'm going to apply the rotation so I can rotate it. Not that way. Which way do I rotate it? X-axis. About 30 degrees, because maybe less than that. Let's say 25. We want to pull it tighter towards the stalk, because this short, fat one is going to have the seed pods much tighter up on the stalk, and the other one's going to be further away. Or, yeah, further away from it. So now we can go back into edit mode, make sure they're all edited, and then move this back to where we had it. Sorry about that confusion. It happens sometimes. Okay. So now we've got the two of them. I'm going to leave that one alone for now, and I'm going to apply all of the everything to this, because what we're going to do is we're going to duplicate it, and we're going to set the rotation to 120. So that's going to attach it to this corner of our triangle. And then I'm going to duplicate it again and set this to 240. So now it's on that side of it, so you can kind of see what's going on. And we're going to duplicate all of these, and I'm going to hit Control J to join them. And we're going to duplicate this. Now we're going to move it up. So we're going to hit GZ, and we're going to move it up half of the size of the chip. So the little seed thing was 0.35. So we're going to say 0.175, move it up there. And let's apply the rotation. And so for this one, we're going to set the rotation to 60. And if I go to the top view, you can see why I did that. That creates a nice little circle here. So we're going to duplicate it again. Go GZ0175. Set this to 30. Duplicate it again. Say GZ0175. And set this to 90. And you can see what I mean about how it looks ugly up close. See from the top, it looks a little less ugly. You can kind of see what we're going for. So now I'm going to select all four of these and hit Control J to join them. So now we have a section that we can apply an array modifier to. I'm going to generate an array. We're going to, not that way, we're going to go Z. And maybe not a full. There we go. And we're going to do it maybe 6 times. And you can see this is very ugly now. Doesn't look all that great. But if I move it up to the top of our pod, I forgot how long this one is. How long is this one? 56. This is 4, so we'll just go to 50. That'll show you what I want you to see. So we zoom out. And now you can see it looks a bit like we need more of them. You can see now it looks exactly like a seed pod would look. That's exactly what we wanted to go for. So That is nice. I might change the UV on the stem here so the top part is the same color as this. But we'll worry about that when we start making the loop cuts. That'll put us in a better position to start changing things around. Because if that was the same color as this, it would all blend in and it would look perfect. So that is that one. Now I'm going to come back to this other one I made. Is that it? Yep. Okay. So one of the things I want to do with this one is pull it out even further. We're going to come into edit mode and I want it to be further out. Now a real grass like this, when it's separated from the stalk, there's going to be a tiny little stem. I'll put it about here. There would be a stem between these two things, but it would be so small you couldn't see it. The distances anybody's going to be looking at this, so modeling it would serve no purpose, as Nanite would just erase it anyhow. So now we just repeat that process of, let me go ahead and apply all of the stuff to this. We're going to duplicate it, set it to 120, duplicate this one, set it to 240, select all of them, join them, duplicate, GZ. And for this one, I'm going to move it up, say 0.2, just a little bit more, because this one's supposed to have a little bit more distance. So I think 0.2. We want overlap so it kind of clumps together and Nanite properly assembles it into one thing. But we don't want, we want it to be a little bit wider or a little bit further apart. We're going to apply this and we're going to do that same trick. So we go 16, then Shift D, GZ 0.2, 30, Shift D, GZ 0.2, and 90. Make sure I got that right. Yep. Okay. So now we're just going to select all of them again. Hit Control J to join. And you see it looks really bad at certain angles. It's part of the reason for that is that our so-called cylinder is a triangle, so it's not quite wrapping the way it normally would. So we're going to add our array modifier. Nope. 0, what did I have? Like 0.8. Yeah, that looks fine. And we're going to go 7 of them. And zoom out. I'm just going to move this one up by hand. And so you can see them. They look very similar to one another. The distinction is at the distances we're at. It's not a huge distinction, but the bottom one does look a little more spaced out like we want it to. So the next thing we need to do is duplicate these things and put them on each of the stalks and then set the array count for what we want it to be for each of them. Okay, I can delete this one because we're not using it anymore. I'm going to move this over to this big one. And I want to figure out how far up on this I want it to be. So let's see. Let's try 2/3 of the way up. Wait, that's not right. Yep, 126. I was using the measurement of the blade. 26 times 0.66. That's probably too low. We bring the blades back. Oh, actually. But yeah, if all of that was seed pod, that would be too much. That's excessive. Let's try, what did I say it was 126? 126 times 0.7. That's still probably too much. It would take a lot of Yeah, that is getting ridiculous. We're not gonna actually, I kinda like that size for it, though. How far up does it have to go to for that to work? That that blue line is making it so I can't see my thing. There we go. Right there. 103. See if I yeah, I kinda like you know what? I think maybe it could be a little bit lower. Let me bring my calculator. I got my calculator here on the other side. Um, so right now it's about 81% up. Let's just drop it to 100. Just a little bit so that there's a tip showing. Uh, you just go to 100 and remove one of these, I think. Yeah. Okay, I kind of like that. That is a lot of maybe a lot of 700. That's fine. With nanite in there. And these aren't these are gonna be grass bunches, but they're gonna be sparse. It's not like you're gonna have a lawn made out of these things. So we can get away with I think they recommend like 10,000 polygons for grass, but like I said, that's lawn grass, and this is much more sparse. So we can get away with more. Yeah, I think I like that. So let me see that's about 80%. So let's duplicate this and move it over to the next one. How tall is this one? 108. So 108 times 0.8. And let's remove this until we got a tip showing. There we go. Okay, do the same thing for this next one. Okay, that looks good. I may adjust them a little bit, but that is looks like a good starting point. Zoom in here. I want this to be a little bit higher. Maybe this one too. Okay. Now, I'm going to take this one and move it over to the short one. Let's bring those blades back. So I think those were -34. Is that right? That's right. Okay. Um, I want this one to be a different ratio than that one because they are different species. So let's try something even smaller. Let's try 85. How tall is this one? 6.085. Let me move that. Yeah, I kind of like that. I think that works. So we will duplicate it, put it over. Okay, duplicate it, move it over. And we can adjust these manually so they're all roughly kind of similar in terms of how much of a peak they have. Okay. Oh, anyway, what wanted to do. Okay. Yep, I like that. So now we can start with the, you know what, actually, I wanted to change the color of the stem up there, but it looks okay here. Oh, it's at the side. It looks different at the side. Certain angles, it looks not so great at. I wonder if it ever looks like that. I think from a distance, it just always looks fine. I don't know if I'm going to worry about changing that UV texture. I think it's, if you get up on it, it kind of looks weird. But I mean, I guess it can't hurt to do it just to look good at all angles. So what we're going to do to do that, I'm going to come in here, going to tab into edit mode, and I'm going to make sure that correct face attributes is on because that will move the texture as I move this loop cut. I'm going to put a loop cut in here. And actually, we don't need correct edge attributes. I'm going to do an edge slide, but it doesn't hurt for it to be on. Pull it up right to the bottom of that. Then I'm going to come into the UV editor and select all of these. So let's take this. No, get these out of the way. Hold on. Let's take this in vertex mode. Let's just move it up into the brown part. Let's see if that helps our problem. And we can move this up too. So it's more in the brown part. Put those up there. Let's see if that does what I wanted it to do. Yeah, I think that looks better all the way around. It also adds a little color there. That looks good. It makes it a little more interesting. Okay, yeah, so we will do that for all of them. Although now I think I kind of want this to go a little bit higher because that brown is sticking out a little bit. So let's move this up, up, up. Oh, what did I hit? Z. Yeah, that's better. Okay, well, we'll adjust all of these so they're just below it. And move down to these. Well, these ones actually might already be good. I won't know until I switch to texture. So now we want to do the vertex painting. Rather annoyingly, we're going to have to do each one of them individually, but it is not really the end of the world. Paint the whole thing black, just like we did before. Make sure this is on mix. Actually, I probably should have joined these things to it. It's 3D, so you got to kind of loop around. It looks like I missed one. There's some gray there. Oh, I think that's just a shading. You want to make sure you get everything. Let's make these invisible again. Yep, that is all black. Okay. So now let me just do this one too. Um, Actually, no, those don't get painted black. Come back here. So, for this stalk, I don't want it to blow that much. I want this to be very, much more still than the blades themselves, even though it's very tall, because it's going to be a lot stiffer. So for the red, I think for these tall ones, I'm just going to set it like 0.15. I want something very minimal. And so we want to hit the top one. Make sure we get all four vertices, all three, I mean. I think we're missing one. It's kind of hard to tell because it's so dark. No, I think we got them all. We'll make it a little bit bigger. Yeah, we definitely got them all. There's no way I missed. So let's come. Uh, down here. We want those right there. I guess I got it. Though the idea is that this top part is all the same color. It's really hard to tell because that's very close to black. But I think I got it. So the top part kind of sticks together. It's not going to blow separately. Otherwise, we'd have to have all those seed pods, all these seeds match the gradient if there was a gradient here. And we don't really, there's ways you could do it with geometry nodes, but I think that moving as a unit probably makes more sense anyhow. So let's, I'll do that. Oh, let's undo that. We come back to object mode. I'm going to select this. Now we're going to paint these, and there is no black on these. I'm just going to paint these that red color. So this, we probably have to apply let's apply this. And if there's any scale that needs to be applied, there's not, but there is some rotation. They see we applied. Let's just apply all that. Come back into vertex paint mode. And yep, that is working. Okay. Just going to paint all of these. Spin it around. We missed one there. Spin it around. Sometimes it's hard to tell whether it's the shading making things look bright or the actual vertex color. But that is good. That's done. Okay, so now we need to add some loop cuts to our stalk. Because it's, we need, first of all, nanite's not gonna, that's a very, very thin triangle. If this is left as one piece, and nanite's not gonna like that. But also we want to, have something to bend when the wind starts blowing. I'm gonna add a few here just for nanite purposes. Because nanite, it likes triangles that aren't necessarily super skinny. Only too many there, but I just want to make it not super skinny. Then down here is where we're gonna add maybe a few. Let's try 10. Don't want to add too many. Yeah, 10 looks very nice, I think. So we're gonna go with 10. And now we need to come back to vertex paint mode. We're gonna paint the green, so the bottom is the color we want it to be, the dirt on that bottom part there. Remember to switch it to add, and then just hit that. There we go. Make sure that goes all the way around. It does. Okay, the dirt's pretty high on that compared to the other ones, and we could add a loop cut, but I don't think they're even going to see this dirt because these stalks are going to be behind a bunch of blades. So we might not even really needed to add that green, but I did it for the sake of completedness. And so that is basically the last step of our kit production. I obviously I still have to do the other stalks and combine. Well, hold on, one more step. Let's come out of here and select these two things and just join them together. And then that is the last of the steps. So I'm going to go ahead and stop recording now, and I will finish the other ones, and you can do the same. And the next step is going to be to assemble these into bunches so they actually look like grass instead of just a bunch of blades of grass. Okay, now we're ready to start blending these or mixing these into a bunch so we have actual bunch grass. And to do that, we're going to be using geometry nodes. But before we can do that, I need to do some cleanup because the project has to be organized properly for this to work. First thing I'm going to do is change the names of these stalks because right now they're just cylinders. And I'm putting the A in front of it just because I want it to appear at the top of the list when we use the drop down. And you'll see why later. So I'm just going to rename these really quickly. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to be cleaning out those collections at the top. There's a few extra things that shouldn't be in there. And we're going to pass a collection into Blender, and it's going to automatically pick one of the blades from that collection. And I'll show you how we're going to tell it which ones we want to pick. Okay, those are renamed. Now, we need to clean out these collections because there's an empty in here for one thing. We don't want that. That's not something we want added to our scene. And there's also the base ones are in here somewhere. There they are. So I want to remove these, and I'm going to create a new collection for them. I'm going to collapse these and find it. We're going to rename this bases. And now what we can do is I'm going to open this one up because that's the closest one to this new one. We'll select all of the bases in the 3D view, and that will select them in the outliner, and I can just drag them into this new collection, and they'll all come over. So now our collections here are only containing the things that we want to make our grass with. But there's still a problem because you'll notice the living ones, they have 4 curves each. And we come up here to the healthy ones, they have 4 curves each, but then we come up here and there's only 2 curves for the dead ones. And that's intentional because the dead ones are not going to be plentiful enough to need extra curves, and they also kind of curve differently anyhow. But we need there to be an even number. So I'm going to select all of these and I'm going to hit Shift D. And I just realized that the key visualizer is not turned on. I'll turn that on in a minute. But for now, these are already in the right order. Blender is going to view these in alphabetical order, and it's going to assign a number to them. So this one's going to be 0. This one's going to be 1, 2, 3. And then this one will be 4. Now, so we don't have to actually rename these because we want them to be in order of their bendiness, right? These 2 are straight. These 2 are curved. We could leave it like that, but it kind of bothers me. So I'm going to rename them, and I have to rename this one first because this one's going to become 3. And then this one will become 2. And this one will become 4. And I'll do that for all of them sometime off camera. But so now we've got the 2 straighter ones at the top and the 2 bendier ones at the bottom. And so we're going to need that in order to index into this list the way we want to do it. And so to give you an idea of how this is going to work, I'm going to add a circle. I'll make it 5 centimeters in diameter. Let's make it 10 10, just so it's a little bit bigger and you can see what we're doing. The number of vertices doesn't matter. We're going to fill it with an n-gon. And normally you don't do that. Normally you avoid n-gons. But we are going to be only using this to place points on. So this is not going to get exported as geometry in any way. So we're going to have Blender put some random points on this disk. And we have 3 choices for each blade. We have the health status of it. So we have the healthy ones here that don't have any death on them. Then we have the ones that are just alive, but they do have a little bit of death on them. We have the dead ones. Now remember, we go in alphabetical order. So the dead ones come first. These, because Blender starts counting at 0, the dead ones are going to have an index of 0. And then the next one alphabetically is the healthy ones. So these ones will have an index of 1, and these ones will have an index of 2. Now we also have blade length. That is something else to consider. So the same thing, you start counting at 0. So the blade length of 20 will be 0. So this 0, 0, 0. Then you come here to 30. This length is going to have an index of 1. And the same thing for the curves, obviously. So it's curves, index of 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, now that's important because we want to be able to pass in those 3 indexes. Like, so let's say we want a healthy one. We would say index 1 here. And then we'll just say 30, that is an index of 1. And C4, that is an index of 3 because it's 0, 1, 2, 3. So for this one, we want to be able to pass in 1, 1, 3 and have Blender know which element this is. But Blender doesn't know nothing about no 3 indexes. It only knows about a single index. So what we have to do is convert to that index. And that's not hard to do at all. We can see here, right here, D is 0 and 20 is 0. So the only one that, well, that's also 0. Let's go to this one. The only one that's not 0 is this curve index, which is going to be a curve index of 1, because again, 0, 1. So it's going to be 0, 0. The curve index is 1. And this is also index 1 in the flat list. So for these first 4, the flat list index is the same as the curve index, 0, 1, 2, 3. That's exactly the same. But when we get here, now our length index goes up to 1. 20 is 0, 30 is 1. So now we're at a length index of 1. So we can't just take our curve index. Our curve index here is 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. We can't just give a curve index of 0 because that's going to give us this one. And we want this one. So what we have to do is we have to tell Blender, well, okay, we're on an index of 1 for the length, multiply that by the number of curves. So 1 times 4 is 4, and this is the 4th index. We're going to take the length times 4 plus the curve index of 0. For this one, that gives us 4. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's exactly what we want. And for here, this would be a curve index of 1. So we would have 1 times 4 plus 1, that's 5. And this is this is flat index 5. So that's all we've got to do. And that works until we get all the way down here where we switch our our health index to index 1. D is 0, H is 1. So here we would have an index of 1 for that, 0 for the length, and 0 for the curve. But this is actually flat index number 24. And I didn't have to count to figure that out because there are 4 curves for each of the length indexes, and there are 6 length indexes for each of the health indexes. And 6 times 4 is 24. So we're going to multiply the health index by 24. Then we're going to multiply the length index by 4. We're going to leave the curve index as it is, and we're going to add those 3 numbers together. In this case, it's 24 plus 0 plus 0, which is 24. That's index number 24. This one would be 24 plus 0 plus 1, which is 25. And then that would continue until we get down to this one, and you get the point. This would be 24 plus 4 plus 0. So that's 28. And so that's going to allow us to specify the individual variables here, but also have Blender know which of these elements we're talking about. So that's basically how we're going to approach this issue. And now that you know that, let me make sure these are fully empty and everything is named correctly before I get started. Nothing's hiding in any of these. Okay, we're good. So now we can actually apply a geometry node to our little disk here that we've created. And we can start building out the procedural process that's going to turn these individual blades of grass into something that looks more like a bunch grass. Okay, in order to tell Blender where we want the blades to be, we have to figure out how we want to distribute those 3 variables I talked about: length, health, and curve. So what I want to do, there's kind of a trade-off here. You can use a pure random batch, somewhat random, mostly random, and have it look very realistic as a clump of grass, but it's also going to look kind of distinctive. It's going to have sort of an asymmetry and a very distinctive sort of profile. That's fine if you are doing a one-off piece, but if we're going to be duplicating this across a landscape, we don't want it to be very obvious that it's the same model being duplicated over and over again. So we're going to use sort of a more controlled randomness than a less controlled randomness. So what I want to do is in the center of this circle, I want the ones that are tall and straight, whereas at the outer of the circle, it'll be the ones that are short and curved. And if we just do that, then it's going to look like a floral arrangement, and that's going to take the player out of the game just as much as if it was the obviously same mesh. So we need a balance of randomness and control. So to do that, to get started in terms of saying, well, we want the tall one in the middle or the straight one in the middle, whichever, we have to get the distance along the radius that we're at. So let's say Blender has created us a random point. Let me tab into mode. Let's say it's picked a point here. Oh, what did I just do? I loop cut it accidentally. Let's undo that. Let's tab back into mode and get the selection. So let's say it wants this one. It picks this one. Or, it wouldn't pick this exact point because it's randomly placing points, but just hypothetically saying the point's right here. Well, this is right at the edge of our 10 centimeter disk. So it's 10 centimeters from the center. And the radius is 10 centimeters. So if we divide 10 divided by 10, we get 1. And that's exactly what we want. The point right here is all the way to the edge. If it picks the point in the center, that's 0. 0 divided by 10 is 0, and that's what we want. It's right at the center. And obviously, if it picks it halfway, that's 5 right here, not right there. If it picks one right here, that's 5 divided by 10 is a half. So that's a halfway through. So all we have to do is get the length of the point, which is going to tell us how far from the center it is. And then we have to divide that by the radius of our disk. So that's the first thing we're going to set up. We're going to go over here to the geometry nodes, and I have to reselect this. Oh, have to hit new. There we go. Okay. So the first thing we want to do is disconnect this. We don't want that n-gon to show up in our final output, but we do want to drag off from it, and we're going to type in bounding box, which is going to give us the bounding box of this circle. We could pass in the radius, but by calculating it, it lets us change it freely without having to worry about coming in and changing the value of the radius. So we're going to get the max, and we're going to get subtract right here. It's already at the top. We want to subtract the minimum from the maximum. So the maximum goes on top, the minimum goes on bottom, and that is going to give us the diameter of the circle because it's going to be the maximum bounding size. So it'll be all the way this way and all the way that way, or all the way this way and all the way this way. It's the maximum of the X or Y axis. But it's a circle, so that's the same. Now, if we were using a rectangle or a ellipse or something, this wouldn't work so nicely. But it works fine for what we're doing. So this gives us the diameter. We want the radius, so that's very simple. We just, let's see, multiply is already selected. You can either multiply by 0.5, or it's already selected as 0.5, or you can divide by 2. It's going to give you the same results, obviously. So that gives us our radius. So we've got the radius of the circle. Now we want to figure out the normalized position of the point. So to do that, I'm going to hit Shift A, and that's going to allow me to search, and I'm going to search for position. Now Blender is going to read the position of whatever it's acting on. So whatever we plug this little bit of node group into is what it's going to get the position of. We're going to be working on points. So this is going to get the point that was generated. We're going to drag this off, and Blender will give us the length, which is how far it is from that center point. And that is what we want to divide by the radius. So we're going to drag out here, and we're going to say divide. And this is our radius. So we're going to divide by the radius. And that's exactly what I said when I was describing it. So if the point is 10, the radius is 10, then our normalized value is 1. So this is exactly what we want. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of these, and I'm going to go over here to node, make group. You can also hit Control G. That's going to take us into our group, and we can tab to get out. You hit tab, it's going to bring you out. And the reason I'm doing this is because there's going to be quite a few not super complex node groups, but complex enough that we don't want them all on one one thing is going to get a little messy looking. So this is just a way of cleaning it up. So now we have our normalized length along the radius there, which is what we need to determine which of the various lengths and curves get placed there. So that's what we're going to do next. Next, we're going to set up the entire uh, node group that's going to handle the selection of the index. It's going to we're going to put in 3 indexes for it to choose from, and then it's going to output the flat index the same way. We multiply the 24 and the 4 and then just add. So that's what we're going to do next. We're going to go ahead and set up a way to pick each of those 3 indices and then add them together. Okay, before we start on the blade selector, let me rename this one right here. This is going to be get radius. No, that's not really the radius, is it? Get length. Technically, it's get normalized length, but we're going to keep it short. And I just realized this doesn't have an output. Hold on. Drag the value to the group output. There we go. And let's just go ahead and give this a name. Hit N to bring up this. And right now it says value. We want to change this to, wait, there we go. Okay, now we want to use this to determine which of the curves and which of the lengths we're going to use, but we're just going to go ahead and do the whole entire selector for the blade index. So let's drag this off. We'll start with the curves. So what we want to do, remember, let's see. Imagine for a minute, we need to know which curve we want to use. So imagine our disk is back. It's hidden because it's not connected here. But imagine we have a length of 0.9. That's very, very close to the edge. So we want the 4th curve. There's only 4 curves. We want the 4th one. And that is an index of 3, 0, 1, 2, 3. So we want an index of 3. Well, that's very easy. We take that 0.9, we multiply it by the number of curves, which is 4. That's going to give us 3.6. We want a index of 3. So all we have to do is drag this off and get the floor of this, and that is going to be 3. That's going to be the index that we want. So this, in theory, is all we have to do, but it's not in practice all we have to do. Because imagine if the off chance that the length is exactly 1, then 1 times 4 is 4, and that's going to give us an index that we can't use. So what we want to do is we're going to add a clamp to this and value, and we're going to go ahead and clamp it to a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 3. That is the index, the maximum index we're allowed to use. Now, this still has some issues with it. Let's move this over here a little bit. One of the issues is that if we leave it exactly like this, what we're going to get is something that is very, very procedural. It's going to look like a florist did it because the curves are going to step down at exact intervals. So we want to add in a little bit of randomness to this. I'm gonna hit Shift A to search, and I'm gonna type in random value. Now imagine, let's put this right here. So now it's between these two. So we're gonna take that length and we're gonna add a random value. Oh, hold on. That ain't what I wanted to do. There we go. Negative 0.2 and positive 0.2. We're actually gonna make this a variable, but just for mathematical purposes here. So we're gonna take a random value, and that's not supposed to be connected there either. Get you out of there. So we're going to take a random value and we're going to add it to this length. So we're going to take here, we're going to find an add. So this is going to add a random value between negative 0.2 and 0.2. So that's just going to shift it's going to add some fuzziness to our borders, which is what we want to do. And then this goes into the multiply node at the top and gets multiplied by 4. So that's what we're going to do. It's just going to add a little bit of fuzziness to it and give us something a little bit more controlled randomness. And we can adjust these values. And the way we do that is we're going to drag the maximum over to here. And this is going to give us a name. We're going to rename this to curve fuzz, not fucks. Oops, I'm going to get censored for that. Curve fuzz. Okay, that's curve fuzz. So now but we also want the minimum, right? And we could have a min curve fuzz and a max curve fuzz, but we really want to stay centered around this size. So all we're going to do is from this minimum one here, we're going to drag it out and we're going to type negate. And then we will drag this same fuzz number in here. So it's going to be the minimum and the maximum of our fuzz, which is exactly what we want. Now, it's almost exactly what we want because I mentioned there are two problems. The second problem is that the center of a circle, this sort of center area, is much, much, much less area than the outside. So when Blender starts distributing points, we're going to get a lot more on the outside than we do on the center, which means we're going to get a lot more of the curvy ones than the flat ones. And we kind of sort of want it to be the opposite. So what we're going to do is we're going to adjust this length a little bit, and we can do it after we add the random value. So let's pull this over. Pull this up here. So and let's pull this out. So what we want to do is right here, we're going to put in a power. We're going to shift A, type in power. Or maybe not. Exponent. Math. It'll be in here somewhere. If you can't find the mathematical operation you want, just look for the math node and it will be exponent. Oh, no, power. There we go. So the base is the thing we came in here with. We're going to replace this here. And the power, we're going to make this a variable too. But when we increase the exponent value there, it's going to make the have the effect of making the inner circle bigger and the outer circle smaller. So we'll have more points that register as being in the center. So we'll have more of the straight ones that we want. And this again, this is going to be a value we can control. So we want to pull this out to here. And we will call this, see if I can name this without accidentally cussing again. We're going to call this curve pow. I think that's a safe thing to say, curve pow. And that is basically what we're going to use to select our curve. So now we have our curve index, and we're essentially going to use this same thing to get us the length index. But first I'm going to put it into a node group so we can work on it in isolation here. So what we want to do basically is just duplicate this here. We're going to hit Shift D, duplicate this, bring it up. Now there are a number of issues with the length that make things slightly. Oh wait, hold on. Not what I need to do that yet. Okay, that make this slightly different, and that is that the length is the highest index, right? So the highest one is the highest index, which would mean that the ones on the outside are the tallest and the ones in the center are the smallest. So what we want to do, first of all, is let's get some better names for these. It didn't carry the names over with it. So the first one is fuzz. I almost did it again. curve fuzz, and the next one is curve. Wow. Okay. And max. What is max? Hold on a second. Nope. That is all kind of wrong. How did that get messed up? Hold on. Did I rename the wrong one? Sorry about this, fellas and ladies. See this? Max is supposed to be curve pal, right? No. Max is supposed to be curve fuzz. Let's rename curve fuzz to something else. Curve blah blah blah. Max is curve fuzz. I don't know how I managed to mess it up, but y'all probably watched me do it and you were yelling at your screen saying, "You're renaming the wrong thing, you idiot." And you would have been right. I definitely renamed the wrong thing. So curve pal. Is this still curve pal? Yes, that's still curve pal. So this is the length. Okay. I have no idea how that ended up happening, but it did. And now it's fixed. Okay. Now, confusion aside, what we're going to do is we're going to drag out the length and we're going to do a subtract. And we actually want to subtract the length from something. We're going to subtract the length from 1. So that means if it's a length of 1, 1 minus 1 is 0. And if it's a length of 0, 1 minus 0 is 1. So essentially we're flipping our values. So we're going to get the tall ones are going to be in the middle and the small ones are going to be at the edges. So we plug this in where we would have plugged in the length before, right at the top of that add. I want to make sure I double check everything I'm doing now because clearly making assumptions did not work out well for me earlier. So that's what that's going to do. That solves the first of the problems that we have. The second problem is our multiply here. Now, obviously there's 6 blades, so you could say we want 6 here, but that would mean we always want to create a bunch that has all 6 possible heights. And we don't want to do that. We want to be able to choose how many of those we use. So we need to make this a variable as well. Now I'm going to make sure I name this right. We're going to name this not value. We're going to name it blade count. Okay. So let's say we put 6 here. This isn't the index, this is the total number. So we have 6 blades. We could put up to 6 in here. We could actually come in and tell, oh, we want this to be an integer. We could tell it like the minimum is 0. No, that's not right. The minimum is 1, maximum is 6. I'm not going to fill this out for all of them because I'm the only one that's going to be using it. If this was like customer facing or if we were going to be passing it off to somebody else like a level designer, I would want to be a little more careful about this. But so now we have this value. So that works like we want it to do, but now we've got to handle this one. So what we want to do is drag from this again, the blade count, and we want to do another subtract. And we're going to subtract 1 from it because if our blade count is 6, then our maximum index is 5. And if our blade count is 4, then the maximum index is 3. So we want to subtract from it to get the actual value that we want for the maximum of our clamp. So now we've got a nice little start going on here to a blade index selector. Remember the height. This gets multiplied by 4, the height index, which is this, or the length index, whichever you want to call it. This gets multiplied by 4. Remember we talked about that up there because there's 4 curves. So we're going to multiply that and then get out of the way. We're going to add the curve index. And that covers us up until we have to change the health. And now it's time to build out that. So the health is going to be a lot easier to design We're going to start with a random number. I'm going to hit Shift A and search for random value. We're in a random number between 0 and 1. And then we're going to drag this off and we're going to get a comparison of greater than. So now we're going to set this to 0.1 for demonstration purposes. We'll make variables out of them in a minute. But imagine we want a 10% chance of there being a dead leaf, dead blade. Dead is index 0. It's the first one. So let's say this rolls a 0.05. Well, that is not greater than this, so result is 0. 0 is the index we want. That works perfectly. Now imagine it's 0.15. The result is 1. 1 is true. True is 1. The result is 1. 1 is the index we want for a healthy blade. So we've got halfway to where we want to be already. Now we're going to duplicate this, pull it down, put the value back in here. And now let's say we want there to be a 70% chance of the blades being healthy. We want most of them to be healthy. So we take, you can't put 0.7 here because we also have to account for the 0.1. This would be a 60% chance. So we say 0.8. Now we're essentially done. We just have to add these two together, and I will show you why that's true if you haven't figured it out in 1 minute. Okay, so we've already discussed how this is going to work. If this is over 1, then this is a value of 1, and which would give our result. Let's say this is 0.15. This would be a value of 1. This would be a value of 0 because 0.15 is not greater than 0.8. So we would have 1 plus 0 is 1, and that's the blade index of our healthy blade. However, if we have 0.9, both of these are 1. 1 plus 1 is 2, and that is the health index of our living blade. So that gives us the index we need for that. Very simple. Let me just pull this even with its brothers and sisters over here. And we're going to drag off. And we're going to do a multiply. Remember, we have to multiply this by the number of curves and lengths, which is 24. Did I get that right? Okay. I thought I hit a wrong key there at the end. 24. Then we're going to simply add that to this value. And I'm not going to forget to add a group output. This is blade index. Okay, so that is essentially all we have to do with the, oh, nope, it's not. I lied. I forgot to add these, and y'all probably watch me do that too. So let's see, we need the random value here. Drag this over here. That is the random value for our fuzz, so not max, but blade, not wings fuzz. Fuzz. Okay. Now we want our exponent. Drag this here. Length. How? Okay, now we have what we need for our setup. So I'm going to tab out of here. Then I'm going to hook these into our main one over here so we can have all of these variables available to us. Let's put the fuzz and pow first, just because it's kind of symmetrical there. We curve fuzz, length fuzz, curve pow, length pow, blade count. Okay. So that gives us something very nice. We're able to select our index. Let's change this to get blade index. So now we have a nice way of randomly selecting a blade index. And the next step is going to be we need to go ahead and start instancing these blades onto our disk. So we have a Bunchgrass. Okay, now we can start instancing some blades onto here so you can actually see something from the work we've done. We're going to select the geometry. So that's our disk. And we're going to look for distribute points on faces right here. Then we're going to do a instance on points right here. You may have to search for those. I have used them recently, so they're in the top of my list. What we're going to do now is we're going to drag off from instance. We're going to look for collection info. We want to put a collection in here. We're going to set that to tall. And then we are going to check both of these, separate children and reset children. And our instance index is going to be our blade index. And we're going to pick instances. So it picks from, one of these rather than not doing that. And we're going to hook this to the geometry. Boom. And nothing happened. Well, there's a reason nothing happened. The density here for Blender is very non-intuitive. You would think you're like, hey, I want 10 points on my circle, my disk, but whatever mesh it is. That's not what it does. Blender just sort of throws out 10 points into the entire world, and if they happen to land on your disk, well, then good for you. And if they don't, well, then bad for you. And our disk is very small. Those 10 points are not going to be landing on it. So if we crank this up really high, now we get some blades of grass. So I'm going to go ahead and select this, and I'm going to create the node group. It's especially important here because we're going to be duplicating this node group and modifying it for the stalks. So what we want to do here is I am going to, for the density, we want to be able to adjust the density, but we do not want to have to put in those weird values that it wants us to put in. So we are going to, hold on. Why did that do that? Density. Mass multiply. Okay, there we go. So we are going to multiply whatever our input is by 1,000. And we'll have a default of, say, I don't know, 5. And, let's make the default smaller, just so we can see what we're doing. Like 5 is a fine number for the finished product, but for testing, I'm going to make it smaller. We're going to put this here, and we're going to rename it to blade density. So that is what we want to do. Now you can see an immediate problem here. They are all facing the same direction, or mostly, yeah, kind of similar direction. It's not ideal. So what we want to do is we want to change that. We want to have them face outward. So to do that, I'm going to hit Shift A, and I'm going to look for position. This is going to give us the position of our point, the point that is coming off of. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the X and Y values as their own vector. So we're just going to put the X and the Y. We're going to separate X, Y, Z, then combine X and Y and leave Z at 0. And Z is probably already 0. We probably didn't need to do this because it's it's a flat disk with no Z value. But it's better to, be safe than sorry. Now we're going to normalize it. And when we normalize this vector, essentially what that's going to do is give us the normal of the point, which is the direction it faces, which is exactly the information we wanted to have. So all we have to do then is we drag off from this. What we do with this is we want to get a align rotation to vector, and we want vector as the input. If you did the wrong thing, if you got overzealous and it ended up in rotation or something, you can just move it down to vector. Okay. So now this is going to be our rotation. We can plug this into the rotation here. And that is obviously not what we wanted to do. So we got to fix some things. We're going to first of all set this to Z. So we're rotating along the Z vector, and that there's the axis, and that did nothing either. You have to set this to Y. You could if you modeled your blade so they're along the Y axis instead of the X axis, you might have to put X. And this might look more right because they're facing outward now, whereas with Y they're facing inward. But if you pay attention, if you look at the top, they're sort of a swirl, and we want that. And so the fix for this, the problem that's happening here is that our blades should be bent that way. So it is facing them outwards. It's just that their bends face inwards. And that is easy to fix. We could go in and rotate all of them by 180 degrees, but that is the annoying way to do it. So instead, we're going to multiply this vector. We're going to multiply it by -1, -1, -1. And now they all face outward, which is what we wanted. And the other ones are kind of in the way. Let me hide these other elements so we don't have to see them. The stalks are still there, but that's fine. Okay. So this is as much closer to what we wanted, but remember we want controlled randomness. And right now we've got no randomness in our rotation. So we're going to move this over and kind of up because I'm going to need some more space. What we want is a random value. I'm going to hit Shift A and type random. We get a random value. This is going to be a random rotation value. If I haven't mentioned it before, this number here is in radians, not degrees. So we're going to have a random value. And what we want is maybe something like 0.2. We're going to make this a, something we're going to make this a controllable parameter in a minute, but I want to show you how it works. We pull off here and we say add vector math add. So we add our random vector to that vector, and now we've got a little bit more variation in our blades. And so what we need to do, we need to do that trick again, where we're going to make this what are we going to call this? Let's call this blade rotation. We're going to call that blade rotation. And we want to do that trick again with the negative minus. So negative, and then pull in blade rotation. And now we're going to be able to adjust how much randomness we want to add into that equation. And that looks pretty nice. I do realize one thing I forgot to do in the other node group, which I will fix after this, is grab this, put that there. It's already named what we want it to be named. And I'm going to set the same seed to all of the random values, and that way we can just change it once and all of them will change. You can get more control by assigning them individually, but there's going to be a lot of them. So that's not something I'm going to do. So now what we want to do is we also want to apply some random scale. And that does make things a little bit more tricky because let's take this here. Let's Shift D, move this down. This will be our scale. Now, so imagine if, well, let me actually disconnect this so I can show you what happens. If we have -2 and 2, you see, you might be able to predict what's going to go wrong here. That is horrible. Some of them are upside down and they're all very small, and nothing's going to change that. As long as there's negative, that's going to invert them. It's going to make them upside down. So we don't want to do that. What we want to do instead is to add this. No, not vector. No, 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 no. Regular math. Where is the regular math add? Integer math add. Come on, you're gonna make me type it in. There we go. We're gonna add 1. And so that is what we want. So if we have -2 plus 1 is 0.8, or -0.2 plus 1 is 0.8, positive 0.2 plus 1 is 1.2. So we're centering it around 1, which is exactly what we want to do. We're going to hook our minimum back up here. And then we're going to add a new variable here. And we're going to call this blade scale. And drag that out to the negative. So now we can adjust the scale, and that's going to add a little bit more variation to our grass. They're still an issue. They're still kind of straight up. We don't really want that. We want them to tilt a little bit. So we're going to drag this out. And after we instance these things, we're gonna drag this off and we're gonna say rotate instances right here. You might have to type in to find that. So now this is gonna be quite a node tree here. We want kind of the same thing as we had here, where we have our random value. I'm just gonna make it from scratch. So we want to have the rotation. We want to, hey, shift A, random value. So now we can assign, like, say, let's say 0.2. That's just always my go-to. We will find actual appropriate values later. And now we only want to rotate along the local space Z axis, I think it is. We'll see. We're going to combine this into an XYZ and put it into the Z value. And I'm going to plug this into the rotation. And I can't tell if that's what we wanted to do or not. Let's make it bigger. No, that is definitely not the axis we wanted. What axis do we want? That's the one we wanted, I believe. Yep, definitely X. Okay, no, we obviously don't want to rotate them too much. That's okay. There we go. Now, that might help if I put this at negative. Okay, so that gives them each their own amount of tilt, which is what we wanted. In fact, you know what? We probably don't want to tilt them inward. Let's put that to 0. Now that I think about it, because the blades of grass, they wouldn't tilt away from their bend direction. So we're going to leave that at that value. And that provides us with just a little bit of adjustment. But there is still some issue. I want to move you. Okay, let's go ahead and set these up with the names for their changes here. We're going to grab min. We're going to negate it. Negate it. There we go. Then we're going to grab this here. And we're going to rename this to tilt. Tilt. That's fine. We'll name it tilt. Then we'll pull the tilt into the negative, just like we've done before. The issue is, and it'll be more obvious if I added more density, but the issue is that we don't want to tilt the ones in the middle quite so much. We want the ones in the middle to still kind of stand up. So the easiest way to handle that is to use our length, the same length that we use to pick the blades. So the 1 is the one at the edge and 0 is the one at the middle. If we just multiply this value by that, that will adjust it. So where the ones in the middle don't get any of the tilt and the ones at the edge get all of the tilt, or at least, for the random value, it'll make sure that the ones in the middle are getting something closer to 0. And so we're not going to multiply it directly though. Remember, we want that power. We want that power in here because that's going to allow us to have a little bit more control. So we're going to come over here and we're going to say tilt pow. And maybe we should name this tilt amount since we got two things there. Okay. We could also put in the sort of fuzz factor that we did with the other ones. I'm not going to do that because it's already random. So it should have a little bit of fuzziness in there on its own. So we're just going to pull this in here. Okay. Now that is almost where we want it. And again, this will look better when there are more of these in here. It's just easier to see them, see what I'm doing when they're like this. And you know what? I think actually I don't think X is the right direction. I think we're getting some type of swirl thing going on there. Let me make sure I'm not wrong. That didn't change anything. Hold on. Oh, well, yeah. Obviously, I just messed up horribly. um, the base is not that vector. The base is our length. I forgot to hook up the length. The base, we're gonna grab this here, and we'll call this point length. Let's tab out and hook this up so you can see what is going on. This length here. Let's grab this and point length. Plug that in there. Okay. Now let's tab back into here. And I do think I selected the wrong value for our combine. Let's see here. We're going to multiply this. Multiply vector math. Multiply this and this. And then this goes to the rotation. Okay. So now what we want to do is let me make sure that I've got the right value. I think I'm not got the right value here. Let's see. X. Let's just rotate them a lot so I can see what exactly is going on. Instead of a random value, let's just use a fixed value. I can adjust these individually and see which one we actually want. That does look right. Let's make sure the other one doesn't look right. That's definitely wrong. So X was right. I don't know why it looked off to me. Sorry about that little excursion. But we've got it right. We know we got the right value now, so we're going to do that. So now we've got a random value. Just to recap, the random value comes in here and it gets multiplied by our length with a power adjustment assigned to it. And we can play with these, when we start actually building out our blades of grass. So I do apologize for that little side detour. So let's see, we've got a random value in here that needs to have the seed attached to it. The seed. We've also got one here and here. That is all of them so far. So now we want one more thing to do. If you see they're kind of the same height here. We can kind of break that up a little bit. It's not going to be something we can do a lot with, but it does provide some help. We're going to come here and we're going to look for translate instances. And what we're going to do is we're going to get ourselves a random value here. I'm just going to make it from scratch. So, want to do translation. Let's go ahead and add a random value. Search random value. You know what? Actually, it was already at the top. I made it worse by searching for it. We're going to do a random value. And what we want to do is, again, we want to combine this into a XYZ. And this, we want the Z, not the X. Let's remove this. So what this is going to do, plug that into translation. You can see that's why I said we got to be very careful with this. If you set that up too high, it does all kind of horrible things. But if we just set it to something even more minor than this, and as the density gets higher, some of the floatiness that's here will get hidden. But it allows us to just break it up just a little bit. It's not a huge difference. And in this one, oh, we also need the negatives. In this one, it's not a massive difference, but as you start getting more blades, sometimes it does kind of look like, okay, I need to shift these Z values a little bit just to kind of make it look a little less like they're all the same size. And again, that's something you got to be very, very, you know, go very easy on it because it's very easy for them to start floating and we don't want them to float. But it's nice to have the option. So we're going to drag this to our thing here. We'll say, nope. Thanks. We're going to change this to blade raise. I'm not good at naming things, but then we're going to drag this out and do the negate. And we're going to blade raise into here. So then we can set our values the way we see fit. The default's going to be 0. And that is, I don't know why it didn't change. Oh, 0. There we go. I don't know why it made me do that. That was kind of annoying. So we're going to come here. And now, of course, we have to drag the seed over. And there we go. So that is essentially all we want to do with our blade instances. I do need to tab out of here, and I'm going to come in here. Oh, first of all, let's connect all of these, because these aren't really controllable yet unless we come in here. So we want to connect them to our main geometry node input, and it's going to name them correctly for us, which is very nice of it. I'm going to have seed at the bottom. I don't know why. I could probably reorder these to something that makes a little more sense later. And we'll put seed here. It's just going to be easier for me to find it when I want to plug it in here. So we're going to come here. Let's just grab the random ones. One of the random ones. So now we have our seed input. Where is another random? Thankfully, I don't have a whole lot of randoms, do I? There's one up here. Okay. And there's one. I thought there was one down here. Isn't there? Yep, right there. Is that there? And that is it. So, okay, that is hooked up correctly. We're going to tab back out of here and just plug that into here. Okay. So now when we change the seed, it'll change how that looks. And it'll do all of the ones at once. If you want to have specific control over one type of, you know, seeding, you can break them out and do them individually, but doing them individually for all of them would be way too much. You would want to, find a use case where it's like, okay, I would like to have some control over this specific one, and then break that one out on its own and leave the other ones connected. So now we are getting something that theoretically looks a lot more like grass. We have to bump up the density quite a bit to start getting something that really looks like grass. And you can see we need to move a lot to get this randomness down. The tilt, we could play with the tilt amounts a little bit, but we'll play with these values a little bit. Tilt out one. Okay, I'm going to stop playing with them now. We will play with them at the end, and I'm going to just reduce it a little bit more back to like one. Okay. So the next thing we're going to do is to do the instancing for the stalks, which is going to make this look a lot more like an actual uh, piece of bunchgrass. Okay, we are almost ready to start adding the stalks. I did realize there's a couple of mistakes in the blade instancing nodes here. So we want to come up here to the random value for the rotation along the z-axis, and that's exactly the problem. I never rotated along the z-axis. I'm rotating along all of the axes. So we want to go to combine x, y, z, and we want it in the z, not in the anything else. Then we'll just move this over and plug this in as the new additional value. So what that was doing before, if I can just switch it back real quick, that had some tilt of its own, and we don't want that. But we want tilt to be our only tilt. So we're going to plug that in there like that. Now it's only going to rotate around the appropriate axis. And I also want to come down here in this collection. I want to drag this out as a perimeter. And I'm going to go ahead and rename it blades. So we know what we're plugging in there. And I believe that is the last of the changes I wanted to make. So I'm going to come out of here now. And I'm going to drag blades to our group input so it shows over here. So now we can switch between the tall ones and the short ones very easily. So now we can go ahead and rename this. I'm going to name it instance blades. Now we're going to duplicate it because we're going to use a lot of the same functionality for the stalks. But we wanted this 2 here. What that's telling us is that there's 2 of these. There's one here and one here. They're linked. If I change this one's going to change. And we don't want that. So I'm going to hit this 2, just press it, and it's going to go away. And now they're separate. And we can confirm that by renaming this one to instance stalks. And this one down here stayed the same. It did not change. They're no longer linked. So we have to do a couple of things so we can see the stalks. First, I'm going to do a join geometry node. Put both of these in there, and then switch that to our geometry. Then we need the geometry as the input here for the mesh. And we also need the blade length from right here that tells us how far along the radius we are. That is this right here, point length. All of the rest of this stuff here will either be deleted or renamed and hooked up to this. So we can tab into our instance stalks thing. And there is a whole lot we can change. First, we want to get rid of the collection. We're not going to be using the collection. We're going to be using a single instance. So we also want to get rid of pick instance. We want to turn that off. And we want to disconnect instance index. Then we're going to drag out from instance, and we're going to say object info instead of collection info. And we will put a tall stalk 3. And then we will drag that here as a variable. I'm going to come down here. I'm going to remove blades because we don't need that. And I'm going to rename object to stalk. So that gives us that part. Now, in terms of the other stuff we can change, there's all sorts of stuff. First, we're not going to need this Z translation at all. They're just to scale enough, make some different heights. So that's gone. Let's pull this back in here. Move it over. Now, we also don't need to multiply by the point length, and obviously then we don't need the power for that either, because these are going to be tilted so minimally that we're not going to have to correct for anything. The blades are going to be tilted pretty extreme, and we need to rein in how much the center ones are tilted. But these are not tilted. They're not going to be tilted much at all, so we can delete that. That is no longer necessary. Let's reconnect this combine XYZ to the rotation so we bring our tilt back. Now you can see we have our tilt, but it's all in one direction, which is what we wanted for the blades. We wanted them to tilt forward or backward. We didn't want them to left or right. But for the stalks, they can tilt left or right. There's nothing wrong with doing that for them. And so it actually looks better. What we're going to do is we're going to duplicate this random value. And we're not going to duplicate the negate. We're just going to plug it right in here. We want the same values for what it is. So this is tilt amount. We want the same values. We just want 2 random values from 2 random numbers from them. And so for the second, we're just going to plug it into the Y. And now you can see they spread out nicely in all of the directions. Although that is way, way, way too much of an angle. We will worry about that later. So now the other thing we don't need is basically all of this. This can all go away. And that is because they all seem to be tilted in one direction. What's going on there? Oh, I know what's let me just make sure that I know what's going on here. It's because this no, that ain't it. Why are they all tilted in one direction? That doesn't look random at all to me. Let's see if I can figure this out real quick. Tilt amount goes to max. tilt amount. They're both using tilt amount at the max. Both using negative at the minimum. Hmm. That is odd. Oh, no, well, no, I don't think that's it. The seed isn't plugged into the bottom one, but I don't think that's definitely not the problem. Um, I mean, is it possible it's just the seeding? No, they're not changing at all. The seed isn't changing them at all. Why is that? Oh, well, we haven't hooked up the seed. Seed. Where is the seed? Here it is. Let's hook this to our main seed. There we go. Yeah, they do change, but they always seem to go in that direction. Yeah, they're always tilted. They're never getting a negative tilt. See if I can figure out why that's the case. Okay, I kinda sorta figured it out. Um, the negate node doesn't negate things. I don't know what it's supposed to do. But you can see right here, let me go ahead and disconnect this. And you can see -2 and +2, they're fanned out, right? But if I pull in this negative node right here, this would be negative 0.2. Now it goes to one side. And you can see the tile amount. Let me plug this in here. That's still 0.2. That's the value it is. But when you plug in the negate node, instead of giving negative 0.2, it gives, I don't know what it gives. But if we multiply it by -1, just use a multiplying node instead of a negate node, multiply it by -1, and we plug that in, that gives us the proper spread. So I am a bit annoyed right now because there are a lot of negate nodes in here. In fact, here's one right there. Let's duplicate this, Shift D, pull this down here. Maybe I'm making some obvious error that is going to make me look stupid, but I do not have any idea why that is happening, other than the fact that I now need to come in here and switch all of them to be the multiply by -1. Oh, I can't do it that way. I'm only going to do the ones for this set of nodes, and I'll go in and fix all of the other ones off camera. Is that all we've got? Yeah, I'm really baffled by that. But I'm going to try to compose myself here and get back to what I was trying to say. So we do want to rotate it along the z-axis. I'm going to go ahead and hit Shift A, and I'm going to search for random value. I still want to rotate it by a random value, except I don't want to rotate it outward only. And I just messed up again. I am flustered. I am really confused by what negative is supposed to do. I have no clue what negate is supposed to do. Um, Pull this in here. Okay, so we only want to rotate along the Z, but we want to be able to rotate 360 degrees. We're not worried about rotating outward. We just want to rotate up to a full amount. And so these are radians. So I'm going to type in tau. That's twice pi, which is 360 degrees in radians. And let me just double check that there's no more negates. There are not. Okay, so that is almost everything we want to do. Oh, I need to hook up the random value. This doesn't get hooked to anything. That's just 0 to 360. Let me come in here and see which one of these are still needed and which ones aren't. Let's see. Point length we do need. We're going to use that a little bit later. We don't need blade raise. Rename that one. I mean, delete that one. We don't need instance index. I can delete that one. We need blade density, but we're going to rename it to stalk density. We do not need the rotation because we took out that part. We still need the seed. We still need the scale, but this needs to be renamed to stalk scale. In the main one, we're going to rename tilt amount so we know what we're tilting. But I'm not going to worry about that here. We don't need tilt pow. We do need point length. We're going to use that in a second. Okay. So now the issue is that our stalks take up the entire diameter. They can be spawned anywhere in the diameter. And we want to limit them to the middle. So we're going to use this selection here to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go here to Shift A again, and I'm going to type compare. And we want a less than. And we're going to pull in our point length. This is how far we are on the radius. So if we say, for example, 0.5, then we plug this into our selection. We lost most of our stalks because it's only going to draw stalks on the points that are at the halfway. So we're basically we reduce the size of our disk by half. And so this is going to be a variable we can adjust. This will be what is a good name for it? Stalk radius, maybe. And we will play with that. Now, the thing is, we still got that density thing going on. So when we do that, we're going to have to come up and like increase the density to something. Well, that's quite a bit, but we'll adjust that later. Let me actually just set it to something somewhat sane. Okay, so now that covers what I wanted to do there. I need to plug these into let's rename this here, tilt amount. This needs to be blade tilt. Now we only have one blade tilt pow, so that can stay blade tilt. This can stay here. And we're going to drag this down here and rename this one to stalk tilt. Okay. Now we're going to drag in stalk scale. No, let's do stalk density first. Stalk density. And stalk scale. And stalk radius. So now all of those are connected. And that covers basically what we wanted to do for the instancing the stalks. Now, again, we'll have to, adjust these values. And once I get them set up good over here and we know what's a good starting value, I'll come back into here and change the default values to things that look somewhat nice. So, I'm going to stop recording and go change all of the negates to an actual negation. And when we come back, I am going to add one more thing here. What we want to do is assign a random blue from 0 to 1 to the blue channel for every blade and every stalk. And we're going to do that for the wind because our wind shader is going to blow the blade by whatever amount it is, according to like a sine wave. It's going to be moving up and down like a wave. But if we don't do this with the blue channel, they'll all blow exactly the same, like some synchronized swimmers. And we don't want to do that. So the blue channel is going to serve as a phase offset that's going to allow us to let each blade kind of blow in the wind on its own a little bit. So let me go negate all the negates and turn them into multiplies, and I will be back. Okay, so I did figure out the negate problem, and I am in fact an idiot. So if I go to Shift A and we type in negate, nothing happens. Hold on. Let's go in here and drag out from where we were. So if we disconnect this and we drag out and say negate, that is an integer math node. Put this back here. So integer, it only works with integers, and we're passing in floating point values. So that is why that does not work. Now, if you thought you were going to be smart and just change this to multiply, that's also not going to work because that is an integer. So you actually have to come in here and bring in a math node. What? It's never going to pull out conveniently, is it? Well, you saw how I did that. You have to pull out a math node and make sure that it has the floating point value on it. So now we can move on to the final portion of the geometry shader. We're almost finally done. And now what we want to do is we want to assign a random blue color is for the vertex colors to each of the blades and stalks, to each of the individual elements. Because what's going to happen when we do our wind shader is if we don't do that, then all of the blades of grass are going to react the exact same way to the wind, and they're going to look all synchronized and weird. Instead, we're going to use that blue channel. It's going to have a random value between 0 and 1. It's going to serve as a phase offset that's going to allow them to blow individually. And so it's going to look a lot more natural. But there are a few problems with doing that, quite a few, but we will solve them. So the first problem is that right now these are all instances. So if we change one, it's going to change all of the others. The same way I had to break the instances of these two things. When I copied it, they were instances of one another, and I had to break it. It's the exact same thing here. So that's easy enough to fix. We just drag this out and we say realize instances. And then we connect it and boom, that is fixed. Of course, there's no blue values or anything in here yet. So to create the blue value, we're going to come in here. We're going to say shift A, random value, 0 and 1 is what we want. Float is fine. And we're going to pull this out and we're going to go capture attribute. And we're going to set this to instance. So now this will assign when I drag the geometry from here to here and from here to here. Now each of our instances that comes out of here is going to have its own random value from 0 to 1. And we want to use that random value to set our blue channel to that color, that value. So what we got to do now is we're going to come here and we're going to search for store named attribute. Okay, and it's a color. The rest of the stuff we're going to look up. So we got to come here to our data panel, to our color attributes. Let's look at the blades because that's what's being instanced. Okay, it's named confusingly enough, the name of the attribute is attribute. Okay, and it's face corner. That's the type that we have. So we're going to come here. The name of the attribute is attribute, and it is face corner. So now that matches. So now we drag our blue color, this value here, and we're going to combine colors. That's red. We don't want red, but it's fine. We can just pull this down to blue. Then we're going to put that in here. And now if we go over here, you can see that they are blue, and there is a dark one and there is a lighter one. So there's a very dark one. So it does work. It works exactly like we wanted to. The entire blade is the color we want it, but there is one very, very horrible thing happening, and that is that we have lost our other colors, which is very much not desirable. So that is also a very easy fix. We just have to come here, say Shift A, and we want to get a named attribute. So let's see, read named attribute is what we want. The attribute is color, and the name is attribute. Actually, I think it automatically filled it when I pulled it down, so I didn't have to do that, but you still have to know what it is. So, okay, we're going to come here. And this is going to be our colors. So we're going to separate our colors, and we're going to put the red one here and the green one here and not the blue one because we're using our pre-calculated color for the blue one. And now when we come back here, bada bing, bada boom, we are done. And this does not look much like bunchgrass yet. I realize that. The next step, we are done. What did I go there for? We are done with our geometry node setup, or at least hopefully we're done with our geometry node setup. There have been a few hiccups along the way, and I am not ruling out being surprised by a few more, but we will fix them together if they do occur. And the next thing we're gonna do is start making some actual grass with this with the geometry nodes so we can export them out to Unreal and finally get to see something. Okay, so we can finally start using our geometry nodes to make something that looks a little bit more like grass. So for each of the two species, the short and the tall, I want one that has a blade count of 6. Uh, why are they so small? 5, 4. Are they getting scaled down? Let's I guess we're not quite done with this yet. Let me go to, I'm assuming get blade index is where we're at. I also did not connect the dead and healthy indicators. Let's figure this out first though. So which one is it? It is this one right here. We invert it because we want the length to be smaller on the outside, but it looks like it's picking all small ones. So let's see what happens if I just plug this value in directly. Where does this plug up? Right there at add. Okay, let's just plug this in directly. Okay, that's right, except they're probably big on the edges. Let me set the density to something higher so I can see what I'm working with. Blade density 10. Yeah, they're not getting smaller on the outside. They're smaller on the inside, which is the opposite of what we want. But when I invert the value, it doesn't give me what I want either. So let's move this over here and invert it at the end. I don't know why that would do anything beneficial, but let's see. So this node here, remember, has the maximum index. So we want to put that at the top here. And then we're going to subtract our result from that. So if it picks index 5, and 5 is the max, 'cause we have 6 blades, 5 is the max index, so 5 minus 5 is 0. And if it picks index 0, 5 minus 0 is 5. So that inverts our selection. I don't have high hopes for this working, but let's plug it in. It did work for the most part. That's interesting. I'll have to adjust the power. So that's where the power comes into play because it's very, very predictable where the small ones and the other ones are. So I can play with that and the fuzz and stuff like that, and hopefully get that to be something that looks good. But for now, let me drag these. Just gonna move that up here for now. Um, into here. This is dead chance. And this is healthy chance. Okay. Pull this back down here. tab out of here. And I also did not hook up the stalk. So we'll put that there. And where are they? Oh, here they are. Dead chance. Healthy chance. Okay, let's try this again. So we definitely need to. Nope, that ain't what I wanted to do. That is not what I wanted to do. There we go. Definitely need to get the blades to be less predictable. Let's add some curve fuzz. Not curve fuzz. We want length fuzz. Yeah, that is giving us some separation between them. We can also use the length power. Trying they're all very bunched up there at the bottom. I'm trying to remove that. Now they're all kind of bunched up at the top. So I want this to be somewhere as sort of a middle ground. Probably there. Um, see if we can bring down the blade density. Maybe there's just too many of them at the bottom. No, I don't think that's really gonna solve it, no matter how many I have. They're still kind of bunched up there at the bottom. Well, we've got tilt. Ugh. Oh, I was going the wrong way. No, it wasn't. Is tilt inverted too? Yeah, tilt was inverted. That's fine. That doesn't mean anything. It just means you have to turn it the other way. So that looks a little bit better. Those ones at the bottom are still, let's see, tilt power. Trying to get some separation from the bottom ones. Still look like they're kind of bunched in there. Let's see what else we got to play with here. Blade rotation. They all rotate the same way. That's supposed to be. It's supposed to be random. Yeah, it is random. Some of the bottom ones aren't moving that way. Um, Trying to get these here to come out. Tilt pow. They're not. I don't know that they're moving at all in relation to the tilt. Oh wait, hold on. Why do they come out? That's interesting. The bottom ones tilt the right way when you go positive, but the other ones tilt the right way when you go negative. How is that happening? Well, you know what? I actually kind of like that. So maybe I just don't worry about it too much. That is weird though. They've all got the same, they're facing the same direction. Well, let me bring in the tilt a little bit. Not like that. There's just some gaps in there. We can let's add some more density to the blades, maybe 15. Yeah, that fills in that density. That fills in good. Okay, I'm liking this. There are way too many dead ones, though. I did not intend for there to be anywhere near that many. Dead chance. It's only 10%. That's way more than 10%, isn't it? That is a lucky draw of the 10%. What happens if I just move the seed to something else? Still a lot of them. That looks like way more than 10%. Let's adjust it down. 5%. Yeah, I like that better. But I want more of the sort of half dead ones. So let's change this to 60. Not sure that did anything. 50. That still didn't do anything. Is my math wrong? Up, that did. I finally start seeing some. Okay, yeah, there's a lot of them in there. I just couldn't see them because of where they're being positioned. A lot of them are there in that. I'm still not sure why those smaller. Let me really quickly check those. It is, what's this one? They have to be facing the right direction, otherwise they wouldn't be facing the right direction, right? Like, if there was something off about the direction they're facing, then they would be facing the wrong way in the mesh. So I don't know why their angle isn't bending correctly. Maybe it is. Maybe it's just an optical illusion. Well, either way, I kinda like that. And, let's see what else we can play with here to kinda make it a little fill in just some of these gaps that are forming from the differences there. No, that's bringing them to not tilted. Still a gap over here on this side I don't like, but we can probably fix that. Yeah, just changing the seed. Got us a better result on that. Okay, now I want to add in more stalks. For this one, I want, well, let's first of all make the tilt way less. These are not supposed to tilt that much at all, and maybe the stalk scale should be a little bit smaller as well. So I want maybe 10 of them total, maybe less. I want just a little bit more than what I got now. That only gave me one more. Um, but I kind of like that. So they're still tilted just a little bit too much. I want this to be a very minor sort of. And now that's too little. Come on, man. Mhm. Let's see. I like the radius where that is. Maybe I should have put the stalk power in there for the tilt after all, because I don't quite want them to be that separate. Maybe we can try moving the seed again. Yep, where'd they all go? I don't like that seed. Uh, there's always that one little straggler. Uh, just a scale down. That Yeah, this one is annoyingly tall. Like, I want him to be different, but that one is abusing the privilege there. So I'm gonna put this back to 1, and I will edit this one manually because I do otherwise like the way this looks. I don't think it looks horrible. I'm not sure why the ones down here are seem to be tilting the wrong way, but I don't think it looks horrible having them poke out there like that, so I don't know if I wanna, like, fix it. I think it kinda adds something to it more than it takes away, so I don't know that I'm gonna concern myself with that too much. Um, let's see, I do have where did I put the blade rays? Let's see. I actually think I might like it better with no difference between I'm not worried too much about the bottom because that's gonna be under, if it extends down like it was there, that's gonna be under the ground, so it's not really the end of the world, and I do kinda like it not being flat because I think it makes it look more like a solid clump at the bottom, but with it under the ground, just, you know what, let's put in a plane and see. Let me tab out of edit mode and, add a mesh. We're just gonna add a giant plane. So we're gonna simulate the ground. It'll give me a better idea of what this will look like. on the ground, and let's add a material to it. New material. Let's just make this some brown color. Something vaguely resembling dirt. Okay. Um, let's make it much more rough than that. Okay. Um, so yeah, what was I experimenting with here? Let's do the tilt blade race. I think I liked it a little bit better. That maybe. Let me hold on. I just wanted to get that cursor out of the way so I could see what I'm looking at without it blocking me. Okay, I'm looking specifically at the base here, and I'm going to see whether I like it with the Z. Yeah, what I like about the Z is that the having it Z, well, not that. Kind of like how it brings the blades closer to the ground. And these two dead ones here are also stragglers, but I can deal with those once we finalized it. So let me just play with a few more of the values. I've already done that. That was fine the way it was. Maybe bump this up a little. Gives us a couple more and kind of closes in some of those gaps I don't like. But I don't know if I want that many of them. So let's back this down. Ugh, that made a horrible gap. No, 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 no. Let's not do that. Okay. Where did they go? Wasn't it a 250 before? Um, just gonna increase the density till that the gap kind of goes away. Okay, I like that, but I don't think I need to delete any of the stalks. I think I might just need to tweak this value a little bit. It's unfortunate that they're with this seed, they're kind of going like symmetrical, where the ones on the one side are going up and the other side are going down. Let's try a different seed. The base seems to look good no matter what I do. So, I can change the seed, and these are some good default values. So I need to go into the geometry editor, not the geometry editor, the geometry nodes. Let's go ahead and do that now because it took a while to get here, and I want to have some decent default values. So next time I add this to one, it has it set correctly. I didn't change a lot of them, so we'll definitely change that one. I don't know if there's a button to just make the default what we've currently got set, but oh, let's set it. Hey, the minimum is 1. How did it allow it to be 0? That's interesting. Light density. Okay, I'm not gonna make you watch me do all of this. Um, I will do that after I'm done adjusting this. So right now, I actually think I like this pretty good. There could be a little bit more even on this side. Let me just try some different seeds. I like 265. I don't like that at all. Okay. Hmm. Don't really like the stalks. See, the problem with stuff like this is you could spend hours trying to get the perfect appearance, and you don't really need to spend hours doing this stuff. I'm just going to try to bring in one. Just try to fill in that gap with the stalks a little bit. There we go. Okay, and I think maybe a little bit more tilt. Spread them out a little more density. I just want one more stalk. Come on, give me one more. Oh, you gave me one in the wrong direction. Okay, it's not going to give me one where I want it. So I think I'm happy with this. It doesn't have to, I mean, there's going to be actual natural spacing in them. And maybe I can go in and tilt one of them manually to close that gap in. So what I'm going to do now is to finish this one off, I keep getting into edit mode somehow. I'm going to duplicate this with Shift D. I'm going to move it somewhere over here. And I'm going to edit this one because it's at the origin. So I'm going to apply this so I can edit these manually. And I have changed this so many times. See, I don't think there's a straggler I need to get rid of anymore. I think the dead ones at the bottom are mostly okay. Wasn't there one of these stalks I wanted to move in? Let's pick one of these. This one here. Oop. Oh, no. Tab into edit mode. Select this one. Select, just gonna hit L. Oh, that didn't do what I wanted it to do. Why didn't that do what I wanted it to do? Did I hit the wrong key? Oh, okay. Hold on. Select linked. Oh, it's not gonna pick the stalk that goes with it too. Never mind. I don't want to try to hand pick all of those individual seed pods, so I'm just gonna leave that the way it is. Yeah, that looks fine. I'm being too picky, especially when, the player's gonna be out here and they're gonna be seeing it from all different angles, and I don't think they're gonna say, "Hey, those seed pod stalks are too far apart." So I like this. For the first of the ones that I'm gonna make. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to save my project, and then I'm going to export this. I'm gonna go to export FBX. If you've never exported it to Unreal before, I'm gonna give it a name. Bunchgrass T1 for tall first one. And then you're gonna hit selected objects, then you're gonna go down here. Oh, you know what? I messed up. Don't do that yet. I want to apply a smooth shade modifier to this, because if you zoom in here, you see the blades still have their flat shading on them. So let's come here and say object, shade auto smooth. Did that get rid of it? Yeah, they look smooth. I want to keep the V. I want that cut, that sharp edge there to stay there. But the other ones I want to be smooth. So yeah, that is what I wanted to do. Okay, now we can go to File, Export, FBX, make sure selected object is set. Oh my goodness, I have to change this again. Bunchgrass T1. And then you want to come down here to geometry and change smoothing to face. Otherwise, Unreal gets mad at you. So I'm going to export that. Okay, so now I'm going to pause the video so I can go and set the defaults for all of the geometry node elements, and then I'll come back and I'll do one of the short, the short fat species, and then I reckon I will end it there and then do the rest on my own time. I want 3 of each size, or maybe, yeah, I will come back after I get the default set. Okay, I'm back. I have finished the 3 of the tall, skinny ones and one of the short ones. I did actually discover why that problem was happening with the what is this? Hold on. Let me get to the right one here. That's the one that says is applied. Okay, this is what I want. All right, the tilt. It is a very obvious reason why that was happening. I'm doing the negation on the minimum value. In theory, it should be 0. But when I fixed it, I ended up not liking the result. So even though it's not, I guess, perfectly accurate, it does look better. And I can actually show you that if I select which one of these is it. Yeah, select this one. Let me zoom in on this one. And if I come over here back into the blade thing, and if I just set this to 0, well, that breaks it entirely. But even if I were to go in and try and fix it, I just didn't like the way it looked. It looked too even and arranged. And so having that extra the tilt going in one direction or the other actually kind of adds to the randomness and the messiness that you want out of grass. So even though it's not what I intended, it ended up being a happy accident. So this is the tallest of the short fat ones. It's got the 6 blade count and the number 3 stem. I'm gonna go ahead and create the second tallest one now. Now this one, let's start with this one. This tallest one, you remember we made a 10 centimeter disc. This one is 8.5. This one is 7. So this one here is 6. So for this next medium size one, I'm gonna do a 5 centimeter disc. I'm gonna do a mesh circle, 5 centimeters, fill it with an ingon. Okay. And also, when I was in here, I renamed my geometry node to Bunchgrass because that makes a lot more sense than geometry node. So I'm going to select this circle here. If it'll let me. How do I keep ending up in edit mode? There we go. Select that circle. I'm going to go to add modifier, geometry nodes. Then I'm going to select Bunchgrass. And that is going to fill up the defaults. I'm going to change this to short. Because I want it to be the medium one, I'm going to change this to 5. The small one will be 4. And I'm going to change it to a short stalk 2. And there are no stalks because the density is probably going to have to be really high. I only want 1 or 2 for this one. Let's see. Those are kind of far apart. Can we tilt them closer together? Let's see. Nope, that looked right from one view, not so much the other. Let me add one more, see how yeah, just one more. Come on, man. Why you gotta put it in that weird place? We'll use the seed to get something that we like. So, let's see what I don't like about this one. I think I kind of like the settings as they are. It could maybe use a little more blade density because there's a lot of white space in between there. That might be a bit much. What did the other one look like? That kinda matches that one. It's a little much. Let me tone it down just a little more. Yeah, I think I like that. But I do want to get some maybe more curves in here. I'm gonna adjust the seed. I like the curves, but I don't like the sort of unevenness of them. There's a lot of trial and error. Maybe I don't like those curves as much as I thought I did. use the tilt. Tilt PAL to rein it in a little. It still needs more density. It's so okay. I think I like this. Well, actually, there's too many stalks now. Let's turn this down. I think I like that. So that's basically the process. I'm going to save this one out like I did the other one. And then I'm going to do the one with 4 blades and the short stalk number 1. So that'll be the smallest one. And then I'm going to go ahead and do that off screen. And when we come back, we'll take them into Blender. I'm sorry, we'll take them into Unreal. Okay, I am here in Unreal in my desert scene. I'm going to go ahead and import the models here. I've already imported most of them. They're here. I'm going to go ahead and import the remaining 2 so I can show you how it's done. So I'm just going to drag them in here from another window, from another monitor, I mean. And what I want to do is I want to scroll down to do not import collisions. And you won't build Nanite on. That's on by default. So that's all we want there. We just want to make sure that you're not importing collisions because you obviously don't want people running into the grass and having to stop. That would very much annoy a player. So I'm going to import them. And we're still not done. We have to double click on them here. And you're going to come down to Nanite settings. You want to look for, let's see, where is it here? Shape preservation. And you're going to turn on voxelize. Then you're going to save it. Now, if you have not already done that, what? Yes. Let me do the other one. If you have not already done that, it's going to tell you that you have to enable nanite voxelization. And so I'm going to show you how to do that now. What? Yes. I don't know why saving it doesn't save it. So what you want to do is you want to go to edit plugin. Nope, that's wrong. And it also opened on the wrong monitor. Edit project settings. And let me bring it over here so you can see it. Okay, so now you're going to scroll down to just type in nanite. That's the easiest way to find it. Type in nanite. Nanite foilage. You're going to check this. Mine's already true, so I'm not going to do it. Now, when you do that, it's probably going to tell you to restart Unreal. So go ahead and do that, and then just come on back, and we'll get this started. So I'm going to drag in the Bunchgrass. Let me drag in I'm dragging the tallest one. And let me drag in one. Well, we'll just work on the tallest one for now. I'm going to put it over here somewhere. Basically, you see, this is unfinished landscape, whereas this has some shape to it. And so if I put it over here in the actual scene, we're not always going to know that the bottom is on the ground. So it's just easier for testing purposes if we do this here. So now I want to create a new material for it, and we're going to start with a very basic material. Let me create a new folder, call it biome, and I'm going to come here and I'm going to create a material. This is going to be a master material, for master material. I don't know if it's going to be specific to the bunch grasses yet, so I'm just going to name it foliage for now. That's probably not going to be general enough for all foliage, so I'll rename it something else later. So we want to open this up, and just to get to where you can see something, hmm, I'm used to working with two monitors. I'm going to move this out of the way, and I'm going to assign it to this. I'm going to type in foliage just so you can see it. And now we'll bring it back over here. What I need to do is bring in my textures, which I have already imported. Um, Man, you forget how hard it is to work with one monitor until you have to work with one monitor. Let me open up a content browser in my second monitor. Okay, I'm going to bring in my textures that we created in GIMP. Drag these here. And just as a basic setup, we're going to very quickly change this. I'm going to put this into base color, this into roughness. I'm only going to grab the R. This could probably be converted into a one-channel image. I don't think I'm going to need to use any of the other channels, but that is neither here nor there for now. I'm going to apply this. And so now you can see we have some grass, but it doesn't look very grass-like right now. There's a lot we can do to improve this. And the first thing we can do is to come over here to the shading model. Make sure you click your material output here. Come over to shading model and change this to two-sided foilage. And I'm not sure if that needs to be checked too, but I'm going to check it because I don't think it'll hurt anything. And we're going to move it over. Oh, wait, I got to apply it. I'm going to apply it. And now when you look at it, it looks like horrible. You're like, hey, what happened there? Well, what happened is that foliage has subsurface color. So that is like if you hold your hand up to your monitor, maybe not, my monitor isn't bright enough. Hold it up to the window or something, you can see light shining through the webbing of your fingers. That's subsurface scatter. It's when the light shines through something and you can see it sort of backlit. So we want to add that in. And for that, I'm just gonna grab this color here, our base color, and we're actually gonna change the base color that gets applied to the leaves. So the subsurface color will be a little bit different than the base color. The final base color. So now you can see it's green, but now it looks kind of very lit. But that's because we have to adjust the opacity override. Now, if we set this to 0 and apply it, that did nothing. Why did that not do anything? Oh, yes, it did do something. I think it made it brighter. I'm gonna change it off screen so I can see the before and after as it happens. Yeah, yeah, that's what happened. It's because the opacity is the opposite of what you think. It's not the strength of the subsurface scatter. Well, it's probably exactly what you think. The opacity is cl- how clear the material itself is. So if you set it to 0, then it's like setting it to fully transparent, so all the light shines through and the subsurface scatter gets brighter. So that's what that is. So we don't want that though. We don't want it to be universally bright. Instead, what we want is for the tips to be more subsurface scattery than the base. And that's really kind of two reasons. The first being that the base is going to be thicker and less likely to shine light through. The older part of the blade is going to be more developed. But also because that's where, if we come back here and look at this, This has got light shining through where light just wouldn't shine through in a lot of these areas because there's so much grass there, a lot of it will be occluded. And so it's helpful to do it by the height of the thing. And we've already got something that we can use to do that. What I'm going to do is right click and I'm going to type vertex color. And this trick might not work for every foliage that I do, which is another reason why naming it foliage might not work long term. But we have our red channel here. And that red channel, I'm going to do a 1 minus. The red channel contains the wind, remember? So it's 1 at the top of the tallest and 0 at the bottom. Now that's the opposite of how we want our opacity. We want it to be 0 at the top and 1 at the bottom. So that's what this 1 minus is for. That's just going to invert that. And if we plug this in to the opacity override and hit apply, now the base has less of that in there, but it's still very strong. So that's part of the equation. It's not the full part of the equation. So to turn down the intensity of it, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a multiply node, and I'm going to hook in the base color, put that on top, and then put this into the subsurface color, and I'm going to set this as a parameter. Right click, promote to parameter. We're going to call this SSS intensity. And so now when I apply this, I will move this out of the way and you can watch as I adjust it. So it's set to 0 now. That's 1. And you can see the bottom doesn't change as much because the bottom was already 0. So I'm going to set this to around 0.2 as the default. We want to light up a little bit, but not too much. We don't want to go too crazy. So now we've got that set up. And I noticed when I was in Blender that the two species do not read as distinctly as I hoped they would. I was hoping that the blade shape alone would be enough and I could use the same material instance, but I no longer think so. I think they look very similar to one another, which was probably predictable. But we can fix that by using some different tint colors for our base color. We're going to use two different ways of changing the color. So the first thing I want to do is add a vector constant. Vector, is it not called vector constant? Constant, oh yeah, there we go, 3 vector. Okay, it's going to give us a color selector. Oh no, wait, hold on. That is not what we wanted. I want vector parameter, right? Vector, there we go. All right, this is going to be tint. Okay, and then we're going to set up a multiply node. So we're going to multiply our base color by this tint, which will obviously tint the base color. Then we're going to set up a lerp, which is linear interpolate right here. We're going to, let's see, I think the base color goes in the top and the multiplication goes in the bottom. We're going to promote this to a parameter and we're going to call this tint amount. Okay, let me make sure I got the value synced up right. So if we set that to 1, let me apply it. Set it to 0. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I bet you saw that, didn't you? I forgot to do this. Oh, boy. Okay, now when we apply it, we should be able to set, if we set it to 1, it gets very dark. Yep, so make sure that the base color is in the top and the tint output here is in the bottom. And so that is how that gets set up. And what I want to do is set this to sort of, for this is the tall one, right? Yep. I want the tall one to be more of a warmer, kind of drier looking plant because I figure the wider blades of the smaller one will probably retain moisture a little bit better, so they'll be the more like healthy one, so to speak. So I have these values here of that I want to use for the colors. I looked up. I wanted a sort of a straw color for this one. So that's the tint value for this, and I'm going to set the tint value to about 0.18. Okay. So now that just warms it up just a little bit. You want it to be very subtle. I'm going to set it to 0 and then 0.18. Sometimes this not want to cooperate with me. 0. 0.18 might not be enough. Point 0.5 is too much. I don't like that. So we'll go half of 0.5. Okay. I'm sorry you can't see the numbers I'm typing and the plant at once. So I'm gonna go with 0.25. And now I want to add a fresnel, which is going to kind of color the edges of the grass and give it the sort of a dusty kind of appearance to it. And for the short one, it'll be more of a waxy kind of appearance. And it's just comes down to the colors that we choose. So what I want to do now is I want to type in Fresnel. I'm going to put in Fresnel here. Okay, we're going to got the Fresnel here. We're going to go ahead and multiply this. Multiply this by a Fresnel intensity. Multiply. We're going to promote this parameter to Fresnel intensity. Then we need another color. So I'm going to come back and I'm going to say vector parameter. Call this Fresnel tint. Shift key isn't working. Fresnel tint. Now we're going to go ahead and lerp again. And we're going to set it up basically exactly like this. So the Fresnel comes in here. Hold on. Yes, that's right. Fresnel comes in here as the value. The Fresnel color comes in the bottom, I believe. And then the output of this comes in at the top. And now this becomes our new base color. So I'm going to move this off the screen again and apply it. And nothing happened because the Fresnel intensity is 0 and the color is black. So let me go ahead and get my color. Again, I've already pre-calculated the colors that I want to use for this because this is going to be brighter than the straw color before, but still a straw color, like sort of a brighter straw color. Sort of a beige it actually ends up looking like. So let me pull it off here and apply this. When I turn it from 0 to 1, you can see it. It's a very subtle change. But you can see, especially in this area here where there's a lot of edges clumped together, I'll switch it back to 1. You can see that. So this is also not going to be 1. I'm going to set this down to like 0.2. And it's a very, very minor change. But that's what we want. We just want a subtle sort of look to things. And so now we are done with that portion of the shader. I also want to add a roughness multiplier. So I'm going to pull in another multiply, pull our roughness into here. Why is Unreal hanging? Oh, my GPU crashed. That's interesting. Okay, I'm back. Blender crashed. I mean, not Blender, Unreal. Not quite sure why, but all I'm going to do is I'm going to drag my roughness into this multiply, then set this as a parameter called roughness amount. Fine. Okay. And then reconnect this to the roughness. And the reason for that is because, like I said, I want the smaller one to be the more I'm gonna apply it. I want the smaller one to be the one that's a little bit more wet. It has a little bit more of its roughness to it. So I'm gonna set this to about 0.7 or maybe 0. Let's say 0.9. I want to make it a little bit less rough than it is now. I'm gonna say 0.9 and apply that, and it doesn't look like it actually applied. Let me get up closer to it. Let's see. 0? Okay, yeah, it's definitely applying. Okay. 0.9. It's just I need to move this to a better position for testing it out because I think it's sort of like right in the sun and it's I mean that's what it'll be like in the world too, but if I could get a better angle so where I can see more of the changes happening without the impact of the sun, it'll probably be a little bit better. But I'll save that for when we're doing the final calculations for it. So that is the basic shader. I will bring it back into the screen if you want to see it. Oh, wait, where did my tint didn't get saved? Oh, crap. Okay. The autosave was not as far along as I thought it was. So, I will go ahead and finish this back the way it was. And I'll put it on screen for a little bit after it is done so you can see it. And then we'll talk about the next steps. Okay, I've got everything set up again. Unreal crashed a second time while I was working on this, so that might be the nanite foliage. That might be very unstable. It doesn't usually crash on me, so it did crash after enabling that. It's crashed twice, but we'll power on. So the next thing I want to do is put in the dirt at the bottom of the foliage to really like set it into the scene. You remember I put the green channel in there for that purpose, but I've discovered that it doesn't really work that well since I added the Z translation to it. That random Z translation moves a lot of the dirt, almost all of it underground. So I could go back in and adjust the green channel, but there's an easier way to handle this. I don't need the green channel as much as I do on my trim sheet where I want precise control over where dirt can appear. This just needs the dirt to appear at the bottom. So we're going to use the local position and it's going to work fine. So to do that, I am going to drag in my dirt textures. I got these from Polyhaven and edited them to match the rest of my terrain texture. So you can use whatever dirt texture you like best. I'm just going to put these over here actually. Let me zoom out. And I'm going to save very frequently because Unreal likes to crash apparently. So now you'll notice I didn't have a normal down here yet. I am going to add one in. We'll do that in a minute. First, I want to get the position of this set up correctly. These need to be higher. Oh, come on. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to left click. I just noticed that the keyless thing that shows you what I'm doing with the keyboard and the mouse just stopped working. I am having technical difficulties galore. That's fine. I'll remember to tell you what I'm doing. So we're going to search for local position. Okay, we want this Z position because Z is the height, right? It's the up and down direction. So for our case, 0 is the ground. There is a little bit below the ground where all the green is at, the green vertex channels, but 0 is the ground. So I'm gonna drag off of this and I'm gonna look for a smooth step right here. And what this is gonna allow us to do is we're going to nope, I don't want this in the minimum. I want this here. I should have just added it. Let's break this connection. So we're going to leave 0 as the minimum, and we're going to update this to a parameter, and we'll call it dirt height. And what that's going to do is set how high the dirt appears on the grass. I'm going to set it to 20. And I believe we need to invert this as well. I'm just do a 1 plus. If I'm wrong, or 1 minus, I mean. If I'm wrong, then the dirt will appear at the top instead of the bottom, and I'll remove that, and that'll fix it. So what we need now is to hook these with a lerp. So I'm going to do this again, type lerp, look for linear interpolate right here. And I'm going to duplicate this 3 times, hit Control D to duplicate, move it down, Control D to duplicate again, move it down. So that's 1 for each of the textures. The texture itself is going to get plugged into the B of this. B. Now our smooth step output is going to get dragged into the alpha for each of these, which is going to tell it how high up on it to place them. And I'm going to save this again. Now each of these gets dragged into the top of the, oop, nope. Let's zoom in a little bit. Each of these gets dragged into the top, the A of this lerp. Put it there. This is the roughness. And we do not have a normal map set up for this. That didn't take. Sometimes it's easier to just move it down and zoom in more. Okay. Move this back up. Let me save it again because this is where Unreal crashed the second time. Last time when I was practicing this here. So we're going to hit Control D to duplicate this normal map. We're going to pull it down here. And we want a specific normal map. We're going to use a built-in one. We're going to look for noise. Just search for noise. And we're looking for T-Noise 01N. And that's the normal map we want to use. So we're going to drag this off into the A value of this. Then all we have to do is connect these in place of the old ones. So base color goes here. Roughness goes here. And there is not a normal map yet, but that goes here. Then I'm going to save it. And you're going to see that the normal map is fairly strong. If you get up on it, I don't want it to be that strong. So what we're going to have to do to minimize that strength is to come over here and add a texture coordinate. I right-clicked to bring up this menu, typed in texture coordinate. We're going to drag off of this and type in multiply. Then we're going to right-click on this and promote it to a parameter and call it normal tiling. And I'm going to set the default value to 6 because I know that's what works. I definitely practice this ahead of time because Unreal is crashy and I don't want to be doing a lot of experimenting. But what that's going to do when I apply it is it's going to add some tiling. When you multiply the UVs, what you're doing is you're telling it to tile it more often. So by multiplying them by 6, we're tiling that normal map 6 times. And you're going to see it's going to be very, very fine. You're hardly going to see it at all. And that's what I wanted. I don't want it to be this super strong normal. It's still there, but it's very thin, and I might adjust it a little bit more afterwards. I want this one to have more of that bumpiness than the short one. The short one's supposed to be sort of a waxy, smoother look, and it's still gonna have some bumpiness, but I want it to have a finer bumps than this one, and I'll have to see them beside one another to see which is the appropriate setting. But if you come down here, you can see there is now dirt on the bottom of our grass there, and that sets it into the scene a little bit better. It just looks like it belongs there more, and you can see that, if I come over back to the dirt height, you can't see that part, is on the other screen. But if I set this to 0, it's not setting in there right. It looks like it doesn't belong. And so if I set this back to 20, now it just looks like it belongs there. And of course, you can set it as high as you want. That's 50. That's way too high, I think. I mean, you set it to what you want to set it to. But I just wanted a little bit at the bottom just to kind of say, hey, this belongs here. And so that is the end of adding the dirt. That was a very simple process. The next thing we're going to do is add in some wind. And that's going to be, it's also a very simple process there. We could use a built-in node for wind, but I'm going to build my own because I want to use that phase offset in the blue channel. So we'll be creating a material function in the next chapter. Okay, we are ready to do the last part of this shader, and that is put the wind in. So I'm gonna pull the vertex colors up here because we need those for the wind. I'll move this over a little bit. So the basis of it is going to be a sine function. And to feed that, we're going to use a panner. The panner is going to give us the speed value with an X and a Y input. And we are not going to treat those as a speed. We're going to treat them as a direction. And I'll show you a little bit more about that in a minute. But to start, this is 0.7, 0.7. That is a 45-degree angle. Because if you remember your high school trigonometry class, let's say we have an angle of 45 degrees, you get the cosine of that and it gives you the x value. And if you get the sine of it, it gives you the y value. And the sine and cosine of 45, they're both 0.7. So that's how this works. And I'm not going to put any code to actually set the direction because later, once the other foliage is done, I'm going to make this wind section here into an actual function, a material function that can be plugged into all of them so it can be modified in one place if needed. And that is going to be hooked to a blueprint that feeds the direction because we don't want to be calculating sine and cosine for every pixel of every, or at least every vertex of every foliage in the scene every frame. That's not efficient. I mean, the GPU can handle it no problem, but it's still not a good idea to throw something at it that you don't need to throw at it. So, to begin with, this is the start of the wind. I'm going to show you what it looks like. It's not going to look good, I can tell you that, but you'll see where we need to evolve from. So there you go. You can see it. It does look, well, I take it back. It does look good. I actually, it doesn't look like wind, but that does amuse me. Seeing a, seeing a bunchgrass get its dance on. But we don't want a dancing bunchgrass. We want a windy bunchgrass. So the first step of fixing that is obviously to use our vertex weight so the bottom stops dancing or stops moving. We're going to say multiply. And we're going to multiply the red vertex value by our sine wave. I'm going to move this over because we're going to need way more space later. And that's going to replace the world position offset. So if I move this over and apply it, pay attention to the bottom that's dancing and it's going to stop dancing. Yeah, now it's staying still. That is already an improvement. We can improve it further with our blue value. Remember, the blue value is a random number between 0 and 1 for each blade. All of the vertices in the given blade get the same blue value. And so what we're going to do to start with is we're going to convert this to negative 0.5 to positive 0.5 because we want to be able to go negative or positive. And if it's not obvious, the way this works is if the value is 0, you subtract 0.5, you get negative 0.5. If the value is 1 and you subtract 0.5, you get 0.5. So this is going to wrap those around the negative and positive. And then what we need to do is we need to multiply this because we want this to be quite a bigger number. We want to essentially offset the phase. So if you think of a 180-degree wave phase, we can offset this. Now it's 0.5, so we have to multiply it by 2 pi rather than pi. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to say multiply by 6.28, which is a close enough approximation for what we're doing. And the problem with, well, there is no problem with this. This will work, but we want to also add an intensity in case somebody wants to adjust how much variation there is. So we're going to put in another multiply, and we're going to set this as a parameter that says wind variation. Move this up here. So then this goes in here, and then this goes in here. Okay, now we'll want to add this before it goes into the sine. That's how we get the phase to shift. Otherwise, we would be shifting the sine wave itself, which is not the desired. We want to shift the input to the sine wave, not the output. So we're going to add this to this and change the input to the sine wave. Now, I am going to set the intensity to, or the variation to 0. It already is, so I can apply this. Then I can move it over here, and you can see if you pay attention, there's already some variation in the waviness simply because they have different red values, and because also the tilt and the scale and the Z translation give them all slightly different heights. So there is a variation there. But it's still a consistency, right? If you pick any two blades, you can predict where the other one's going to go based on the first one. They're kind of swaying together, even if they're a little out of sync with their sway. But when I take this number and push it up to 1, you'll see that that goes away. They're going to be a lot more random in how they're moving. And you can see that's quite a difference. And the reason why this is more realistic is because with real wind, if you have a single blade of grass and it's tall enough to kind of clear the ground enough, and the wind blows, that blade's just going to blow where the wind does. But when you have blades bunched together like this, and there's the ground, and there's other vegetation all around, and there's all sorts of things that are going to interrupt that airflow, and they're going to make it more turbulent, and they're going to impact the way the blade reacts to it, and the angle of the blade, and the aerodynamics of the blade, and all this stuff. It all makes it just a little more chaotic. Blades of grass don't sway together like they're a synchronized swim team. They look like this, and this looks quite a bit better. So what we want to do now is add a final control for the wind itself. We want to be able to adjust the intensity of that. So we want that to be after this and before this. So we're going to put in another multiply. And this is going to multiply the sine wave itself. So we're going to put this here. We're going to drag this off and we're going to say multiply. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, sorry about that. Promote the parameter. Wind intensity. Pretty sure I spelled that wrong. I did. I can fix it later. Okay. So we're going to set this to 1 by default. And then this is going to replace the sine wave, which goes into B. So now we can apply this. And if we want to make the wind shorter, I can set it to 0.5. Now the wind is more subtle. 0.3, even more subtle. We could crank it up. This is not going to look good. I'm going to set it to 10. that is that is something else. That is not good. Let's see. Two is quite windy. Two might be a little unrealistic. Let's see what happens. I'm pretty sure it's not going to help anything, but I'm just curious what it would look like if we put this before the sine. If we multiplied by this and then plug this into here and this into here. I'm 99% sure this is going to be worse, but I'm just curious. Let me apply it. Yeah, that's making it move faster. Yep, that's worse. Well, I mean, that's still 10. That's still not a good value, but that is I don't know. Actually at reasonable values, it's not that much different, is it? I actually might leave it there. I think it might be a little bit better on that side. See if we go up to 2. 2 still looks essentially the same. I don't think it matters too much where we put it. No, you know what? I think I did like 2 better the other way. Because 2 looked strong. This looks chaotic. I mean, I'm gonna put it back the way it was. It's always fun to experiment with these things just to make sure you're getting things the way you want them to be. So how is this set up? I don't confuse myself. We want to multiply this. Yeah, that's an error. This goes here. Then this goes here. Okay, let me just make sure I actually do like that better before I commit to it. Yeah, it's a tiny bit better, but yeah, not a huge difference either way. So that is basically it. That is the wind shader. And the next step, I'm going to move this actually, because when I was setting up this material, it was kind of hard to see because the sun's kind of beating down on it. It's kind of hard to see some of the fresnel and tint effects. I'm going to move it over by the fence where it can be in a little bit of shadow. Then I'll bring in this small species of grass and we'll set up a material instance for that and adjust that. And that will basically wrap it up. Okay, so I've got the scene set up here with one of the small ones in here. What I want to do first is create a material instance. Create material instance. And I'm going to call this MI, we'll call it large bunch. And then I'm just going to switch this to use the material instance. And this isn't necessarily necessary because the other one has the defaults, but I'm hoping that the editor for this is something you can see on the screen. If I can put this here. Nope, don't make it full screen windows. There we go. And then I can pan over. Now you can see me edit it. So I don't have to edit off screen anymore. So let's see what I might want to adjust here. The dirt height looks like maybe it could be a little bit higher. That's too high, maybe not. Maybe 25 is good. I really want to play with the Fresnel intensity. So set it to 0, set it to 0.2. It's only a minor difference. Let's set it to. Let me zoom in so I can see it. Okay, because I know it's having an effect beyond that. Yeah, 0.2. 0.2 is not much. Let's try 0, 0.5. Well, I like to do a before and after so I can see what the effects are. 0.3 is nice and subtle. That was 0.2. Yeah, I think 0.2 is good enough, actually. I'm looking right here, so you can see when I go. 0. If you look right here at this edge, 0.2. It's very subtle, but it's nice. The normal tiling, I'm going to see what 5 looks like. I'm thinking of doing 5 on this one and 7 on the other one. Let's see. That even doing anything? Yeah, there it is. Let's see. Thinking 5, maybe 4. 3. 2 is too much. 3 is too much. 4. I like 4. The roughness is fine. I don't remember why that's set to 0. We're gonna have to back out for this one. Um, yeah, I think 0.15 is the one I like the best. Maybe 0.1. 0. Yeah, 0.15. I like that a little bit better. Tint amount. I'm gonna go with that. And I'm leaving the wind off because it's not gonna help me see what's going on if this thing's dancing around. Okay, so I'm reasonably happy with this. I'm going to save this one. And now I am going to open up the other one. Well, I'm going to create another one rather. We come here, I'm going to go to create material instance. This one's going to be MI small bunch. That's fine. Now I'm going to assign this one to that material. And this one's going to get changed a lot because we do not want it to look the same as this one. It already kind of doesn't, but let's play with it. Pull this over here. Actually, I kind of want to see them both beside each other. Can I manage that? Yeah, kind of. Okay, so the dirt height's actually fine on this one. The fresnel color, I do have the colors saved that I want to use. I wanted like an olive drab color, so the tint color, that's this one. Thought I named this something different. That's fine, it doesn't matter. This is color that I want to use here. And then this is the color that I want to use here. So the fresnel color is typically just a slightly less saturated and less dark version of, at least for these, maybe some other, in another video, I want to do some blue agave, and that might get a little more extreme with its differences. But for these, that's what I want. So I'm going to play with the Fresnel intensity now. Well, let me get closer to it. Okay. Trying to see the best place to get a look at it. Okay, right here is a good place. I think I like 0.2. think that's close to what the other one was. What in the world? Mouse is going crazy. Okay, so let's set these two things. I definitely want to change the roughness of this. I want this one to be much less rough. Let me actually get a better comparison between the two. Okay. That one is 0.9. 0.7, I don't think makes as much of a difference as I would like it to. Um, well, that's way too much. I don't know why I did that. 0, 7, 0, 9, 0, 6, 6. Okay, I like that. I just want this one to look a little like it's able to retain a little moisture better. So the tint amount, probably going to be good at that, right? 0, 0, 2, 0, 0, 1, 5. Got like 1, 5. Okay, so let me save this. And I want to get one final look at them together. I think they do look sufficiently different now. One is a little warmer and one is a little cooler. I'm actually, let me come back here. Oh, the normal tiling. Let me adjust that too on this one. I'm going to set this to 7. I want this one to be smoother. And also the SSS amount is still set to 0. Okay, that's too much because it looks uneven for some reason. So I'm gonna back this off. Let's see. This is gonna have to be a little more subtle, I think, than the other one. Yeah, it's I think there's a shadow hitting it. That's what's happening. We try moving it over. Maybe it's not a shadow. Let's look at it from this angle. Yeah, I think it's a shadow hitting it. So I'm gonna set it to 0, 1, 5. Okay, let's move this back. The position, it also needs to be raised up a little. This is why I put it on the flat ground before, because this bumpy ground makes it harder to tell when it's actually seated properly. Okay, yeah, I think I like those as they are. Let me move this out of the way so I can get a slightly closer look at them. I'm not keen on the way that subsurface scattering looks. It looks like the opacity is messed up for some reason. Let me. Oh, that's not the one I wanted. Where do I want to rotate it? Z-axis probably. Yeah, yeah, that looks a little more even. I still think it's probably in shadow. It's the shadow from the fence, maybe. Got one more thing I want to do. I do want to go back into Blender. I think they are a little too. There's too much of the healthy ones on them. In Blender, that looked good, but now that I see them in a desert scene, I think they could benefit more from a little more dead parts on the plant. And I'm not going to make you set through that, because you know how to do that. We covered that in the Blender tutorial. So I am just going to go ahead and do that off camera, and I'll bring it back here for the outro where you'll see the changes, and then that'll wrap it up. Okay, here is the finished product with the wind on. It has the variation set at about zero point 0.5 and the wind intensity set to the same. I've added it's about 20 to 25% dead blades. So with this number, it might actually be beneficial to go in and make some variations to those two that I duplicated and said didn't need it. But I don't know that I will because at this angle, it's kind of obvious that that one blade is the same and being repeated. But this is very close up compared to what a player is actually going to see. These look very tall, but in reality, they're what are they? Maybe maybe waist high at the tallest, and the blades themselves are significantly shorter than that. So I don't think that's going to be an issue. I know this has been a very long tutorial. Hopefully, most of it was worth it. I think there's a few parts where I kind of got lost in the weeds of experimenting with things, and I'm going to try to find a workflow that allows me to do that experimentation, but cut it out when necessary. Maybe do a recap after I'm done of why I made the decisions that I made so I can choose which parts need to stay and which parts don't. The next video I want to make, I want to do some rocks and some twigs as part of the scatter for this biome, and that one should be significantly shorter. I'm hoping to release every week. That would be the ideal, but this one took me longer than that to make. So we'll have to see how I can get my workflow down so I'm a little bit better with recording and not having to reshoot and things of that nature. So we'll see how things go. Let me know what you liked and what you didn't like in the comments so I can, improve this process and make more useful tutorials for people. And thanks for watching.